punches. Oh yeah. Don't be such a wimp.
I guess the old saying is,
Oh yeah.
you got to play the game
with the cards you are dealt. That's it.
Oh yeah. That's how it goes.
That's how it is. Oh yeah. What do you do? You have to accept it.
My mother had the same thing, passed it down to me. Oh yeah. I'm not so grateful, but at least I'm happy. Oh yeah. So that's the way it goes. If I get crazier, let me know.
That's how it goes. That's how it is. Oh yeah.
What do you do?
You have to accept it.
Having friends is so important.
I'm happier than I used to be. The more we stay involved, the better we're gonna feel.
Take a look at it.
All of us get out alive.
Oh no.
Gonna do what I wanna do. Gonna take my time.
Oh yeah.
It's in your face each morning. There's no reason to fight.
That's how it goes. That's how it is. Oh yeah.
What do you do?
People say, oh, poor you.
I say what's so poor about me.
People who want to know me have to know. Sometimes I blank.
We want to be seen for
Who we are and who we mean.
we are more than dementia.
You gotta think, no, I'm going to do this and that, and if you don't make it, well, you've gotta have something to look forward to.
Welcome all of our online viewers.
Welcome to Encore. Here we are. I'm Colleen Reid. I'm faculty in the Department of Therapeutic Recreation here at Douglas College.
And running for his cue is here. I'm not even going to say his name because that's his line. Who are you?
Are we on?
We
I'm Bruce
everyone.
Devereux. I am the Recreation and Volunteer Coordinator at Christensen Village in Gibsons.
Hey, nice to see you, Bruce.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't realize.
And my name is Chad Hershler. I'm the executive director of the Art Farm. I'm also one of the 3 co-leads of the Raising the Curtain project. And we are so thrilled and excited to have you all here online with us, live streaming from all around the world. That's pretty incredible. And to be in person here with a audience. Yes. Hello. Hello. Woo, woo.
Hey,
That's
good
pretty
looking
awesome
audience.
too. But we are not just live streaming from one location. Oh, no. We are also live streaming from the Art Farm.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, Art Farm.
everybody. We are here, and yes, also running for our Qs as well. So we're very excited to see what the day is going to bring. And oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
Us too.
So things are changing by the second, and I'm just gonna pass it back to you and let us know. Should I do the land acknowledgement now?
Not quite, but just quickly before we get into that, just how did the day go yesterday, Sandy? How did I was there, but I want to know how it went for you.
Yeah. So thanks for asking, Chad. So yesterday we were here at the art farm, and it was a beautiful sunny day, and we woke up this morning to a monsoon. So day by day things change, and so and then during the amazing talk panel or with the research team, along came the mighty trickster, and I have just a little puppet of him. The trickster is everywhere and loves electronics, and he loves pulling alarm bells. So from what I understand, Colleen, you said that it was the first time in 12 years during your talk that the alarms went off at Douglas College.
Yes, it was the first time in 12 years. Yeah.
Fire alarm.
With the fire alarm.
So I find with electronics that we are sort of in the mighty power of the trickster. But before we begin into that story, maybe I'll throw it back to Chad.
All right, thanks, Sandy, and Colleen. Let's take a moment to thank the peoples on whose lands we are live streaming from.
I will. And I just want to say that unfortunately our college elder, Sandra, was unable to be here today. She had to cancel very short notice, unfortunately. So I would like to take a moment to honor and to thank those people on whose lands we are live streaming from. Here in the Aboriginal Gathering Place at the Douglas College campus in New Westminster, we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples of the Kakite and Coquitlam First Nations.
Awesome. Yeah, I am so grateful to be here as well. It is such an incredible room we are in, and you'll get a chance, our audience, to get a better sense of all the beautiful artwork here. But now we'd like to give that back to you, Sandy, to do the same for the art farm in the Sunshine Coast.
Thank you, Chad. And I just wish Sandra well. I was looking forward to hearing her words and blessings. My name is Sandy Buck, and I am one of the artists here at Deer Crossing Art Farm. I've been working on this team for over 5 years. And I brought with me the mighty Buffalo Thunder Drum to hold space with us. Now, the internet doesn't really like drums, so I'm not going to play it for you, but I'm going to hold it. And I really want to thank the ancestors before us on the unceded territory of the Skokomish Nation, where we stand at the base of a mountain, the Mount Elphinstone, and then to the north of us is the Sechelt Nation. And we're very blessed to be living, working, and playing on these lands. And again, back to our little friend, the trickster, he is going to stay at bay, hopefully, as our day ensues. Thank you so much. And I also really want to acknowledge all the ancestors that are in the room with us, as well as those people that we have seen in the videos that are no longer. They have moved on into another world. And we're so honored by the words that have been left behind and the songs that they have sung. Their energy and beauty will ripple out forever into the cosmos. Thanks.
Thanks, Sandy. That's beautiful, and I agree. I want to acknowledge that I think the trickster's already shown up today because the live stream began and Bruce was in the bathroom while it started.
We had the fire alarm yesterday. Bruce in the bathroom today.
Hopefully it better.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So why are we here and what are we doing? Bruce, please tell me what's up. What's going on?
Very simply, we're here to share and celebrate what has happened over the last 5 years and what we have learned and created as a team of the Raising the Curtain project.
Nice. So 5 years of Raising the Curtain. And I would assume that there are some people here and some people online who really have no idea what we mean when we say raising the curtain. So I'm going to hand that one to Colleen. What's Raising the Curtain?
So our project is called Raising the Curtain on the Lived Experience of Dementia. And it's a research project where we're using community engaged arts practices to really better understand and explore the lived experiences of dementia. We have a strong participatory and social justice orientation in our work. And for the last 5 years, we've integrated research and art making. So we use research to inspire art making, and we use artistic creation as research data and also for knowledge translation. We've done over 70 co-creation workshops with people living with dementia and their care partners. And we've produced several events and showcases to share our work.
Wow. Okay. Over 70 co-creation workshops. I don't know who did that math, but I was shocked when I saw that. This is probably a good time to look at that slide that we have. It's a timeline of our project. Okay, there you can follow the line and see we began in 2017 with our first workshop series. We actually have our first artifact from our first workshop here today. And through our first showcase, then we did a showcase on the road, so to speak, at the Heritage Playhouse in Gibsons. That was incredible. More workshops. And then, of course, it was 2020. We had plans. We were going to do a full theatrical production at Christensen Village. It was going to be, in the hallways with the residents. And that was going to happen in June of 2020. And so, of course, we all know what happened next. In March of 2020, the pandemic hit and we did that fast pivot and we turned everything online and we did our first online live streaming. So now it's old hat to us. This is simple. Backstage Pass, Dementia Lab, we were invited to do a similar performance then. Then we welcomed some people from around Canada to learn more of this practice, did more of the creative workshops online, and here we are. We're at Encore, and lots in between. But of course, all of this really didn't spring out of nowhere. We were inspired by many, many, many people who have brought us to this, that gave us the inspiration to do this. Let's take a look at the next slide. And Bruce, maybe you can tell us a little bit about where we fit in that.
Yeah, and what's great is this next slide is also in these amazing booklets that have been assembled for this event today. But where Chad had mentioned, where you see, we've been inspired by several individuals, obviously, but 4 that we've profiled in the book, one being Ann Basting. Anne is a creative care coordinator based in Milwaukee and has really been the driving force of all of these projects. Emmy Kyoto, who is now used to be in Washington, D.C., who has now just been moved to Singapore to take a new position there. Magdalena Schramberger, who is in Scotland, and Kate Swafer, whose work in Australia and globally is incredible. So these 4 women were really powerful forces in guiding our work throughout these 5 years.
Yeah, indeed. I hope that everyone who's live streaming or here today, you get a chance to go online and look at some of the projects that they are doing and have done. All right, so back to us, back to our beautiful faces. Here we are, day 2 of our 2-day extravaganza. Colleen, can you set up day 2 for us? What's going on?
I sure can.
Get the hang of this.
Can we get do we have a slide for this?
We do. We've got.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to start with the first panel at 1 o'clock, and that will be the 3 of us. And in this panel, what we're going to do is really talk about the genesis of the project and some of our insights and learnings over the last 5 years. Kind of a bit of a conversational back and forth, really sharing our experiences. At 2:15, we're going to take a break. There will be food here for our live audience. Sorry for those of you online, but we do have food here. And we'll have a half an hour to eat a little bit, to take a look around the room, and to also explore the creative engagement table in the back corner. A little more on that soon, but there's Tom, Sarah May, and Rajan, and they will be more than happy to guide you through some flag coloring or flag making. So then at 2:45, we will have our second panel. And at this panel, it will be coming to us from the Art Farm, and we will have our care partners in conversation about their experiences and insights as care partners, living with and supporting people experiencing dementia. And then we will have another short break at around 4 o'clock. Maybe there'll be food left, we're not sure. And then at 4:15 till 5:30, we will have our last panel. And this is where it will be a panel between our location and the Art Farm, a conversation again about how collaborative research and co-creation come together. So really what is happening at that intersection, and an exploration of the practice that we've been kind of working on and developing over the last 5 years.
Thank you, Colleen. Yeah, that's we've got a lot for today, and so I hope those of you who are joining us online are here. You've got the stamina to stick around, and if not, I hope you can come back. We'll have these all recorded, so you can check out the recordings at a later date. I'm really excited about all of the panels, and so looking forward to the two that don't include me. So, okay, speaking of creative engagement activities, the ones that Colleen, thanks, Colleen. Bruce.
We're
No problem.
yeah,
See you. We just wanted to take a moment to show the people who are joining us online. We descended upon the Douglas College campus on Wednesday, our entire team, and we were welcomed into this beautiful, beautiful space, the Aboriginal gathering place. It really feels like we're being held here, and we're grateful for that. And our team managed to set up an installation of work that has been created over the past 5 years. So we're going to take a moment. We have our live camera, and it's going to be showing some of that work. Well, here we are. This is looking at some of our mark making that was done by our collaborators. This was one of the workshops quite early on, where we were just exploring using quotes, using things that the participants had said themselves, and they would choose a quote, and then they would choose a quote and they would respond to it using the mark making tools that you will see a little further on as Joa proceeds. Oh, here we are. This is an installation. They were illustrative cards based on the theme inclusion and belonging. We see an elephant, the elephant in the room, and a heart. That these were worked on for the Managing the Unknown showcase. You're going to see a little bit more about that too later on. And here's the elephant again. The elephant features a lot in our project. As you see there's Ellie. Hello, Ellie. We got a little bit of a clip on the making of Ellie yesterday during the showcase. There's a really great 6-minute video that Joa made about this making of Ellie. And then we're seeing some of the flags that we made just recently. Here's more mark making. This is our first collective art making exercise when we came together in 2017. Who am I? Or the I am collage. I think everyone took a different part of the body and added their who they were to it. That was a ton of fun. Even one of us had to lay on the ground to be the body. And then we're coming to, this is the last installation that we co-created together, where our team was making flags. These are sort of slightly more complex flags than the ones that we're making today, but similar, just inspired by the theme of what are you standing up for? What are you fighting for? And there's the beautiful welcome pole that's the permanent installation here at the Aboriginal Gathering Place, and it's welcoming us and welcoming people from the river. And here we are. It's Sarah May and Rajan and Tom. They're working away on the flags. All right. Well, you know what I'm going to do is hand it over to Sarah May and Rajan, and maybe even we'll get us. Nope, just Sarah May and Rajan. And I'll let you guys talk away. How's it going there?
Pretty good. Pretty good. We're looking at all of the images and the messages that are coming in and have come in since this project started a few days ago. On Monday, we were on the art farm making these flags with some of our participants and peer collaborators. Shall I show you some? Let's see. How about this one? Getting through the next 5 years. If you can see that on the screen too out there, folks that are in the room with me. And there's a wine glass. You know, whatever works, whatever gets you through those years. Just kidding. That was a real fun answer to the question. What's your passion? Or what gets you going? So also this one here, helping anybody who needs help. I remember Sadie said that the other day. You see some hands coming in to help. And over on the end, we have honesty. And that was voiced by Sadie and Margaret Gabriel there on the farm, talking about what's important to you, honesty. So folks listening over the airwaves or here in the room, if you can think about these questions too, what's your passion? What are you fighting for?
Before we give it back to Chad, Sarah May, what are you working on? What is your passion and what are you fighting for?
Well, I'm busy working on this one, strength in community, and a little picture of people standing in a circle, as we often did in raising the curtain, and then in this case, holding hands.
It's lovely.
Yeah, how about you, Rajan? What do you got?
I have made a sunflower and a little insect, and I'm fighting for our world because it needs help right now.
Well, thanks for checking in with us, Chad, and here.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, we're looking forward. We will check in with Rajan and Sarah May at the beginning of our next panel. But now we are going to be turning the attention over to one of our peers, one of our team members, who has been working with us on Raising the Curtain, and Julia, who is going to be officially introducing the first panel. So thank you, everyone, and I'll see you in like 2 minutes.
Bruce has a background in therapeutic recreation, and he's the recreation director at Good Samaritan Society Christensen Village. Sorry, sudden blank. Christensen Village. And Chad Hershler. Chad is the director of the Imagination Network at Deer Crossing the Art Farm, which is the umbrella organization which hosts or holds Raising the Curtain. And Colleen Reid is our third project lead, and Colleen is a faculty member here at Douglas College in the Department of Therapeutic Recreation. So they're going to talk to you today about the process of this project, how they came together 6 years ago to establish the project. They're going to reflect on what some of their experiences are, and then they're going to tell us where we go next. So I'll turn it over to you now, Chad, Bruce, and Colleen. Thank you so much.
Rapturous applause. The crowd is going wild.
Thank you. Yeah, I promised you I'd be back, and I am back. Okay, so this is the beginning of our panel, which we lovingly titled it 3 Worlds, 1 Project, Revisions, Collisions, and Transformations. We spent a bit of time, I guess, together. Well, we've spent a lot of time together over the past 6 years, and gone through a lot together. The last 6 years of human history have been quite challenging. So it's we've been going through that with this project together, and so we wanted to take some time to look at what we've learned ourselves personally. What's been uncomfortable for us? What did we learn from that discomfort? Where were the friction points? And then the kind of the highs and the lows, as you know, if you will. But we from the beginning, it's been kind of a I guess a beacon that we've held is to try to bring the collaborators that we've worked with, their voices to the forefront. That's been something we've held as sort of our top principle. And so we wanted to launch this panel off with a snapshot of Raising the Curtain that is a video of a song that was co-written. Sarah May and Tom Jones, you're gonna see lots of them later too, wrote a song based on words that our collaborators had spoken during many discussions in our over 70 co-creation workshops. And we put together a short video, a video collage with the collaborators singing along to and with these words as well. So the title of the video, very apt for us, is "Why Are We Doing This?" So let's roll that. Let's roll the video.
People say, oh, poor you.
I say, what's so poor about me?
People who want to know me have to know sometimes I blank.
It's the only life I've got. I don't want to sit and moan.
I am more at ease.
I'm almost happier than I was.
Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience
Of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen for who we are and who we've been. We are more than dementia.
I think my generation's not going to take this lying down.
Love is at the center.
That we use it, that we learn.
I try to stay connected.
Other take away the fear.
So I'm making friends.
I feel included while I'm here.
Why are we doing this?
Sharing our experience.
Of living our lives with dementia.
We
want to be seen
for who we are and who we've been.
We are more than dementia.
It's important that I stand
And say what I mean. It's like I've lost control.
To someone else who wants to steer.
I think I need to learn to be creative with this year.
I want to be with people.
Who are kind and loving and free.
Why are we doing this?
Sharing our experience.
Of living our lives with dementia.
For who we are and who we've been.
We are more than dementia. We need another word for dementia. So
Let's raise the curtain on dementia.
Yeah, both. All right.
Thank you. I love that video. I love that song. As you can see, that was, we produced that in 2020, a few years ago. I think that video so nicely captures why our peer collaborators joined us on this project. And it really was a great moment for all of us in this project. When Chad, Bruce, and I came together to talk about the idea of partnering on a project way back in 2016, we were really driven by, as Chad mentioned earlier, our desire to really profile and hear the voices of people living with dementia. But as we were in our early meetings, we also talked about the problem facing people who are living with dementia. We recognize that there is a wicked problem in place. And a wicked problem is a societal problem that is held in place. It's highly complex and it seems unsolvable at times. So as we were discussing this wicked problem, we discussed how as a society, we view and treat aging and dementia, the systems that have been put in place to take care of our aging population, the low valuation that's put on care work, and the stigmatized media images of aging and dementia that surround us and instill fear and dread. So as project co-leads, our intuition was that to address this wicked problem, we really needed to shift our perceptions of dementia and to move from stigma, fear, and despair to growth, opportunity, and finding moments of hopefulness. In our project, in Raising the Curtain, we realized that we really needed to take a systems approach, which is a multi-layered, multi-stakeholder, interdisciplinary approach to address this wicked problem. And that really to address the problem, we needed to think of it from 3 different perspectives or on 3 levels. If I could just get that slide up. Perfect. So we really envisioned it from the level of personal transformation at the individual level. So at the bottom part of that triangle. And then at the more relational change level at the community level. And then finally a systems change at the more societal level. So really, we saw these layers or levels of change as interconnected and essential to one another. So this framing has been really important to our work, and we're using this framing to now start to think about how we're sharing and reflecting back on our experiences with the project. So I'll hand it over to Bruce to kick us off.
Yeah, just so for people that have come in just at around 1 o'clock, the Raising the Curtain project, as Chad had mentioned in the beginning, started in 2017, basically ending today, which is amazing to me. 5 years. From 2017 to March 2020, we did it within the physical space of Christensen Village in Gibsons, basically meeting there every Monday through the seasons. And then in March of 2020, we made that shift to the virtual space. Closer. So we made the shift to the virtual space, online Zooms and such as we're doing today, like a bit of a hybrid. So, and as Chad has also mentioned, we were looking at what is the lived experience of dementia from the perspectives, the ideas, and the creativity of the people that are living with it. Colleen mentioned about the personal side and tracking back to my roots. I was a graduate actually of Douglas College. I graduated many years ago here. And my mantra when I graduated was that I would never work with aging populations, never. I was working with adaptive skiing, adaptive ski racers, adaptive windsurfing. As a provincial sport coordinator for BC Wheelchair Sports, so wheelchair racing, all sort of high risk, high energy sports. There was no way you're going to have me work with elders or seniors in the community. And I had this one manager who just harassed me and asked me to come and work one weekend at this care center. And I said I would. I worked that one weekend. Something happened during that shift. It forever changed the course of my career. I instantly went from adaptive sports to working with aging populations. And I didn't regret that I made that shift. But what I did regret was that I didn't have the ability at the time, and my frustration, to have people see the value and the potential of aging populations, or somebody that aging conditions, or with a dementia. So I knew that there was huge value and potential with working within this population group. And I wonder if I could get that slide up that shows the poem. There we are. Oh. We're going through time. No, it's the one before that, I think. No, one before that. There it is. So one day at Christensen Village, many years ago, I was using this actual recorder, handheld recorder. And this is a story about Duncan and Doreen. And Duncan and Doreen were married for 50 years. They were adventurers, they were travelers, they were photographers, they were theater actors. Duncan had developed Alzheimer's, and it was progressing quite quickly. And Doreen came in one day, and this is sort of the copy from the inside of a book that Duncan wrote for Doreen in Easter of 1965. So I had the recorder, so I said, let's see if Duncan can read this. And she said, oh no, it's not possible. He can't read this. He hasn't put together a sentence in years. So I said, let's just see. So with this actual recorder, I just put it on, and I waited and I waited. And then this happened, the audio recording.
It's gonna happen.
That's about how long.
Shall I compare thee to a day in spring? Thou art more sunny and more variegate. Sometime the snows forbid the birds to sing, and icicles a chilly prison makes. Or clouds and rain and mist confuse the scene, and torrents from the hills sweep all away. Then Soul himself restores to life the green, and gilds the blossom with a vital spray. So after absence will thy presence make a path of roses in a field of weeds, and homing birds will trill for thy dear sake a hymn of welcome where thy footstep leads. So long as spring brings life, with every year my heart renewed will hope instead of fear.
Do you think that Duncan's wife Doreen responded after not hearing her husband speak for a few years, and then this happened? So it was one of those moments for me that was transformative, and we're talking about the personal, that I realized this huge creative potential. And that's when I discovered Anne Basting and Anne's work, creative care work, and in particular, her work with time slips. And time slips at the time was, and still is, an improv story creation technique that is based on imagination. So basically, forget memory, try imagination. So I have the book here. So this book, just to give you an idea, representative, there's about 150, 160 pages in this binder, and each page represents probably a 1-hour session with 4 to 7 people that we would do over the years. So as I started to work with the groups and get these stories together, I realized this was just such an incredibly rich resource based on the time slips technique. So I needed a collaborator. I figured I didn't have the arts background, and I had been watching actually Chad and Sandy for quite a few years with Deer Crossing, the art farm. They're real community builders. So I figured, I bet if I was to give this binder to Chad, we kind of knew each other a little bit on and off with different things. I said, I bet if I gave this binder to Chad and he had a look at it, I bet I could convince him to do something together. So just like that, I handed him the binder.
Okay, so I have the binder. So just to set the scene here, Bruce had plied me with, he said, come on down to Persephone, our new craft brewery. And I have something I want to show you. So there I was, we were, over beers at Persephone. And just to preface all of that, I had really never set foot in care center before. I think when I was in high school, there was a high school project where we went, but that was it, and I'd never gone since. And I hadn't had any personal experience with dementia. Bruce had known us. He had volunteered, I think, for our circus performance. A musician we had worked with, he'd done a project with him. And so he brought out this binder and and I think turned to like the first story and just read it. And honestly, before he was done the third line, I was hooked. Maybe we can leave this out for those lucky enough to be here to come and read a few of these stories, because they're just magical. It's like there's so much. It's so robust and rich with creativity and imagination and humor and all the things that sort of as an artist you're that's what you're looking for. That's what you want. You want those things, and there they were. So Bruce said, well, what can we do? I said, well, what do you want to do? And I think the words you said were you just wanted the community to see this. You wanted more people to really have a chance to witness, and like I had, the power of this, and that somehow would ripple out. So I went back to Sandy and several other collaborators at the art farm, shared this with them, and everyone was on board right away. Basically everyone said, well, what can we do? We can adapt these. That's what we can do. We can adapt them and share them. We'll put them into sort of live performing arts, or we'll create installations or sculptures or something like that. And then we went down to try to figure out kind of how we would do that, how we would resource it. And there was a local art crawl on the Sunshine Coast that takes place now every year in October. And we said, well, let's just piggyback on that. We will make Christensen Village a studio that people have to, they'll be, if they want to come, they'll be forced to come to Christensen Village. And so we were fortunate enough to get, not a lot of funding. It was really just a little bit to kind of to seed this, but it gave us enough to take. We ended up choosing 4 stories. We worked over a period of 3 weeks, adapting those. We ended up doing some of the performances in the cottages. So at Christensen Village, they have cottages that are designated for people living with the experience of dementia, and some other activities were taking place in the activity room. Now, sort of my moment of transformation, and what really, I think, inspired me to continue to do this work. I mean, I was obviously already inspired, but when you do a project, sometimes that project sort of, it grows, it explodes into the world, and then you're like, okay, I'm done. I'm done with that. But this I was very inspired to continue doing it, and so I'll just share a real quick story. It looks like we're already at this slide. So this is a photo of us setting up our circus tent in the grassy yard that's just outside the activity room at Christensen Village. And if we just go to the next slide, I think it shows, there we go. So that's kind of the view from the tent towards the home. So we were right opposite people's apartments. Those are apartments for assisted living, I believe. And so it was a flurry of activity for us to get ready. And so one of the centers was this tent. We're getting ready, sweating, get everything up. And at one point I look up to the second floor. So just outside of this picture, and I see a woman I don't recognize. I haven't seen her yet. And she is standing at the window with her arms crossed, and just looking very stern, kind of giving me a bit of, like the school teacher or principal, vibe, and just shaking her head. She was like, oh, no.
And she was up on the second window there, like of the red part, right up a bit higher.
That's right. Yeah. Just staring down. And so I think I might have mentioned this to Bruce. He's, oh yeah. That's Roma. And we had one of the community members who lives there who was participating, and she overheard, and she said, oh yeah, I'm going to talk to Roma. Right. So this was Irene, who some of you may have met online yesterday. And Irene said, I'm going to talk to Roma. So she goes, Roma's coming down every day at the meals and complaining about the
dirty laundry
that's hanging outside her window. And, what is this stuff? What's it for? Why are we doing this? All the questions we ask, frankly. And Irene says to Roma, you know what? You have got to stop complaining. If you are only allowed to complain if you come and at least try this out. So Roma said, okay, I will come and try it out. And I think it might have been our opening night. And so, there was extra incentive. I think we had some wine and cheese and all those things. So Roma decided to come down and check it out. And you could sort of sense the energy as she walked in the room. But then it was like within, I'd say, a half an hour, it was almost like a 180-degree turn. And Roma was laughing and loving the kind of interaction that was happening in the room, enjoying the wine and cheese and the conversation, and promising that she was going to come the next day to when we actually did the art crawl. And then she came to the art crawl the next day and was there the entire day, helping people, leading them to and fro. And at the end, we were reflecting with Roma about it, and she was, again, basically became one of our biggest fans. And she said, I don't know how long she'd been living at Christensen Village.
Several years.
She'd been living at Christensen Village. And she said, I have never been to the cottages. I never set foot there, so like 100 meters, probably less from where she lives. And there was something about that zone that scared her. And just the simple fact of us saying, hey, let's go, we're going to sing some songs and put on a little show. She came and she was really grateful that she had kind of cross-pollinated for that moment. And that was kind of it. It solidified for me. I realized, okay, there is a lot of power in just creating these moments, these I guess excuses for cross-pollinating. Yes. Oh yeah. Let's keep going. The slides, I forgot. So there we are, setting up the dirty laundry. Yeah. And then this is at, and then the next slide is Roma. We had one of our installations was butterfly wings and taking photos. Everyone would come and get their photo done as a butterfly. And that's Roma, who has since passed on. But so we honor her. We honor her as well, because her energy, that energy that she brought. Sometimes it's the people that are the most resistant who actually bring this powerful energy there, because there is a transformation that happens right before your eyes, and that inspires you. So Yeah, we don't have to go to that slide yet. We will come back to it. We can hang with Roma. Let's go back to Roma. There she is. Yeah. So yeah, the other thing that happened from that event, so the art crawl happened. It was, we really didn't know what to anticipate. We set it up. We thought, oh, it would be nice if friends and family came, and hundreds and hundreds of people showed up. And it was because of the nature of the Sunshine Coast Art Crawl. People kind of text each other, you know, during it. Oh, you got to go check out this, like Studio 68 or whatever. And people, you know, through the course of the weekend, were texting people to come and check out Christensen Village. So there was just so much vibrancy in a space that, you know, as Anne Basting would describe it, it sometimes, you know, care centers or campuses of care can feel like a, what does she say? Like a space,
like a dropped in from outer space.
Yeah, it's just like
silo
that's landed, and there it was really alive. There's so many other anecdotal stories from that weekend. I can't get into them all, but both Bruce and I were amazed, and everyone else who was involved, by the response from the community. Bruce was like, great, I'm done.
That's it. No longer working with the art farm. It's over.
It's over. That took everything out of me. But something was niggling for me. I felt like, no, there's really something to this.
So then we brought her in.
Yeah. So we realized that the anecdotes themselves, they're powerful, of course. But we needed to ground this work in education. We needed that third partner that Anne Basting talks about: arts, healthcare, and education. And I can't even remember, Colleen, how we met. I can't remember, but I feel like there was a series of people who somehow connected us.
It was through a practicum student from my program who was doing her practicum with Bruce. And I think you were just having this conversation, and then she said, oh, why don't you connect with Colleen? And so then we had coffee, right?
Yeah, a coffee that lasted 6 years.
Yeah, a 6-year-long coffee.
And definitely not decaf.
No, definitely not. Yeah, so that was around 2016, and we met, and then I was really intrigued with what they had done, and heard about the art crawl and other, and learned for the first time about time slips and Basting's work, and really was intrigued that this was all going on in the Sunshine Coast, and I hadn't known about it, hadn't heard about it. And, you know, I had a student who had been working with Bruce. So we continued to meet and talk about the idea of applying for research funding. And so we recognized pretty early on that the Vancouver Foundation would be a great funding source for us, because they are interested in more community-based approaches to research. They're really interested in research that connects academia with community and has a partnership model, so that it's the approach is that you have to apply with an academic partner and a community partner. And that there's really meaningful involvement from community and projects. And so we kind of thought, okay, this is what we're going to go for. But we had some time to develop the proposal, and it took us almost a year to write the proposal, around 9-10 months. It took us almost 6 months to come up with the research question. We were back and forth, you know, debating what this was really about. And we really did land on really just wanting to hear the voices of people living with dementia, and also really wanting to, really believing that our approach, our kind of participatory approach, would be part of the solution and kind of unsettling the wicked problem that I was kind of referring to earlier. But for me, this was my first time really thinking about community arts in any way. So this is all like really, really new. I had done a little bit of arts-based research with the Photo Voice project, but you know, in conversation with Chad and Bruce, we're talking about using theater and visual arts, poetry, mime, music, puppetry, like all these things. I was like, what? Like, how does this work? But I was intrigued. I thought it was really an interesting opportunity, and I thought, okay, this is where we could take this. We could figure this out as we think about the proposal and think about what this would look like. So we did get the funding, of course, in 2017 for 2 years initially. We did get another 3 years, 2019 to 2022. And so, but all this time, I always really thought of myself as the researcher. That was my job. You know, they were the arts people doing their thing, and I was kind of along for the ride to help out with the research part of it. And so, you know, we got the proposal. I kind of took a lead in writing the research proposal. I took a lead in figuring out the ethics forms that are required by Douglas College here to kind of make sure that we're doing everything kind of above board and ethically. Also worked with our research manager to develop our consent forms and figure out how we're going to track involvement and how we're going to gather demographic information from our participants and how we were going to manage our data set and do that ethically and so on. So I had all these, you know, systems I was putting in place. So really, you know, even though we had talked about this notion of a third space, and we referred to it yesterday in our research talk quite a lot, which is really a coming together of disciplines where we're all researchers and artists and professionals and learners. We're all in it together. I think for quite a while, I really saw myself pretty clearly as the researcher. But then, you know, we dove into the work in the fall of 2017, once we had the funding in place and we'd gone through ethics. And I really learned very quickly that the work that we were embarking on was really messy and complicated. We had a big research team. You know, sometimes there were 14 of us, like trying to negotiate what our workshops were going to look like. Researchers, artists, and healthcare professionals really have different terminologies. We live in different worlds. We have different frames of reference. For me as a researcher, working in a fluid and emergent artistic process was really not, to be honest, super comfortable. It was, you know, research is kind of, you know, you have a process and you follow it, and it's pretty narrowly defined, and it's typically quite linear. So this was not that, right? I was learning pretty quickly. Now in retrospect, we can definitely say that there were moments of collision, back to our title of this panel, in those early few months. But for me, I think the pivotal moment of my own personal transformation within the project was in around November or so of the fall, where we had already had a number of workshops. We'd done poetry, we'd done visual arts, we'd done the collage, as you see, a few other ones. And we decided we were going to do music making. And here's where I saw I really witnessed in my own way in that moment how the arts and research and healthcare, our kind of partnership, could really come together in a seamless way. So I want to show you a clip of that session, just to give you a bit of a context. So you'll see one of our peer collaborators who had until this moment been relatively quiet, and she was a bit frail. And you'll just see her in this moment, in this music making session. And this is where it all came together for me.
Cheri, do you want something a little more upbeat? Or do you want it moody?
I'm more for this quiet, yeah, almost meditating.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a moment. Yeah.
And if I noticed, Colleen, you were in the background at the table
I was
with the
doing field
laptop.
notes in the background.
Yeah. Forever transformed after
Yeah,
that. That's such
yeah,
a moment. Oh
it
my
was a
gosh.
moment for sure. And there were a couple of students, I don't know if you noticed in the circle as well, because it was a very memorable moment. And so this was very meaningful for me personally, but also what really this shows, as you can see in the video, is the community building that was beginning to form in the project. And this is where we really saw the power of our relationships and developing relationships and building a sense of community. So kind of more the change that can happen through that at that community level. And we really, from this moment onwards, we really learned that the importance of relationships and how they can really help to counter some of that disengagement and isolation that people living with dementia can experience. And also to how, when we were meeting in person, how meeting as a community could really build people's comfort coming into a care center. Mm-hmm. And that became our meeting place, and that became the place where we were doing creation, we were doing research, it was all happening in that space. And it became a physical space where we came, but also people from within the care home came and went on a weekly basis. In March 2020, as we all know, everyone did the big pivot with the COVID-19 pandemic, and so did we. We were able, because we had built the foundation of our community in person, we were able to pick up our work online. And we often talked about the fact that we couldn't have done it without those 2 years or 2.5 years of having worked together and met together. Mm-hmm. That really provided a foundation for us to be able to continue for almost 2.5 years online. In fact, we didn't resume meeting in person until a month ago. So we've been online for all that time, as many of us have been. But what we found was being online really helped keep the project going, but it helped keep us connected. And this was in a time when also many of our peer collaborators had lost all sense of connection to any part in their community. And so we, as a project, kept moving and kept going. And as we said in the introduction, you know, now that we have done over 70 workshops with our peer collaborators, that's a lot, but we just kept them moving through this time. So when we think about what we built at the kind of community or relational level, we saw that really within our team, how our roles started to blur and blend. You know, we all have our expertise that we bring into the project, but we also really saw connections between researchers, artists, people working in healthcare, our research participants, our research assistants, students here from the college, our care partners. Everyone started to become more connected and integrated. And we saw all sorts of relationships form, and you know, people giving each other rides to the care center, or you know, getting online and helping each other learn to knit or do various interesting things together beyond what was really happening in the project. And one story that I always I've heard a few times, but was when one of our peer collaborators passed on, and our team was invited to his funeral. And I wasn't able to go because it was in Gibson's, but a number of our team members went, and were really struck with how this peer collaborators, his family and friends, were speaking about him and the loss of him because of his dementia diagnosis. And our team members who were there really, you know, said, what, like, you know, he was such a vibrant and engaging and creative person. Mm-hmm. And when we were meeting with him, and so we had this insight into him that was really full and had his full humanity, and there was no loss mm-hmm. in our experience. So it was just it really showed again the power of what we were creating in our community and what that enabled this particular individual to experience and to participate in. I also wanted to just say at the community level, where as you know, I'm always really, when it comes down to it, I am a researcher, and I have over the years, we have had a number of research assistants brought into the project. And I just wanted to take the slides up, if that's all right, where we were at, Carmen, thank you. Because I really want to acknowledge the many research assistants and students who've been involved in the project and the roles that they've played, how they have been brought in as students in second, third, or fourth year here at the college. Here's Laura. I'll just keep on scrolling through. Next slide. Oh, there's Anya. Although Anya's our project manager, research manager. Yeah, here we are on Zoom, and then we see Vanessa and Rajan. Yeah, dressed up. And we have more of us here on Zoom.
I love it.
Yeah. And here's Simran, who you see today. She's our event manager. And we also have Lindsay in the back. We have Rajan is here, and Anna's out, and Anna and Taylor are both here. Anyway, I just really want to, for one, thank our research assistants for stepping into the project, but to also acknowledge what a role they've played and what has been created with their involvement. They've taken on multiple roles. They often have started out as researchers, collecting data, learning how to do that, doing some analysis, doing some literature reviews for us. Now they've stepped into facilitation, event planning, co-authoring with us, providing peer support. I've also had research assistants, providing training and orientation for new research assistants coming in. So there's been a real support network and community built between our researchers, which has been really amazing to see. So really, our research assistants have been contributing members and integral to the community we've built in this project. So I just wanted to.
All right.
Yes.
Rah, rah.
I'm gonna hand it back to you.
Yeah, so all right. How's everyone doing? This is our long form podcast here that we're doing. I'm really enjoying this. So thank you for indulging us and giving us this opportunity to dive in and share some of these nuggets and stories. So we are at that relational stage, like Colleen mentioned, and relational community, that sort of transformation, and how we started to see that happen within our team with our RAs. There were some, really, you see that with any group, but just some interesting relationships that started to form that were surprising between us and our collaborators, all of that. So there was those transformations, and then there were some surprising outcomes for the project that were within our community, sort of geographic community of the Sunshine Coast, of Gibsons. And one of them, which I'll share with you now, which sort of just recently emerged, is the Inside Outside project. You can see the slide of that. So this project, it is sort of the seed of the Inside Outside project, which I'll describe to you in a moment. The seed comes from one of our community members, Silas White, who was a big Raising the Curtain fan. He came to quite a few of our showcases and events, and was always very supportive, and I think quite moved by what happened. And he was also, I think, keenly aware of the power of the kind of practice that we had started to develop, the practice of really just focusing on relationships and being and that kind of emergent, iterative way that we were working together. And so he has a passion for people who are homeless in our community, and he decided that he would seek some funding to do a project inspired by Raising the Curtain that was about bringing the voices of people who are homeless forward. So very similarly, just the notion that a lot of projects, a lot of research and work goes into both people living with dementia and people who are homeless, but in a lot of cases, the voices of those people are kind of in the background. And so Silas wanted to see something different. So he was successful with that funding. And so just over the last 8 to 9 months, we went through a very similar process. So if we just keep scrolling forward in the slides here, you know, we reached out to the community. We tried to find people who either were experiencing homelessness or were at risk of homelessness, or you know, the housing insecurity, which is a really big thing on the Sunshine Coast. And then we brought people together and started having these conversations and having workshops together. It was multi-generational, so there were some people who brought their children, which was, you know, a big thing for us and we occupied this was actually an empty storefront at the Sunnycrest Mall in Gibsons. And this is a mall that we've worked with before. In fact, we did a project right after the art crawl where we did a similar thing. And we took it over. There were 2 curators who were people living with the experience of homelessness, and then multiple other collaborators. And they curated the exhibit. We helped to facilitate that, but it really was their exhibit and their work. So, you know, that surprised us. We didn't expect that this work would then lead to that. So yeah.
It's just like into the broader community.
Yeah,
right?
kept exactly. Things started to evolve out into, you know, from our little pod to the broader community, which, yeah.
And I think what Chad just mentioned, and Chad and Colleen both mentioned, that raising the curtain was really about building relationships. And I'm the healthcare part of the team, healthcare, arts, education. So from 2017 to March 2020, we were in the physical space of Christensen Village. And when COVID hit, everybody knows what happened in around that, especially in and around the world of care centers. The doors closed, became more restrictive, and it was difficult to build those relationships. So approach that I moved forward with, I figured, okay, I turned to podcasting. So I created a podcast, and the podcast is called The Creatively Engaging. It's about the thought leaders and the storytellers that are changing and reimagining how we view our community. So one of the first projects with that, I was thinking, okay, how can I use this as a tool to expand out into the broader community? Was a project I called Gail's project. And Gail has MS, and we'll just hold on that slide for a second there. I'll go. So Gail has MS. This isn't Gail. This is one of our staff, but Gail has MS, and she only has the use of this finger about that much. And you can barely see my finger move because that's all she could move it. She had a sensory control on her power chair that she would move and type, painstakingly type. And it could take hours to type one of her poems. So she amassed this large collection of poetry. We did an audio project, and Gail also had no voice because of MS. So she selected, though, 10 poems, and she selected 10 staff, eight staff, read a few more, but to be her voice for those specific poems. So we did this amazing audio project, and this is Devereux, our site manager of Christensen Village. So she was selected to read one of the poems, and along with several other staff. And then at the end of that, I thought, well, okay, let's turn this into a podcast. So we turned this into a podcast, and it inspired this young woman from Lithuania, who is now in Vienna at School of Music, Monika Mashikanauskaitė. And if you, as a Maritimer, if you're wondering how long it took me to rehearse that last name, it took quite a while. And so Monika, Monika is a world caliber pianist. And when she heard the podcast and saw the tenacious creative skills of Gail, she was just so inspired. So maybe we could go to the next slide. So what she ended up doing was hosting a live concert for Gail and her friends at our care center from Lithuania. And then she did another one, which was even more amazing because it was her rehearsing her future pieces. And she said the only person that's ever seen her rehearse was her mother and her fiance. And she led us into her creative space. So it started to build this really wonderful community and relationship outside of just Christensen Village, and raise awareness. And just to let you know, if you happen to be in Gibson's on August 4th, Monica is going to be coming to do a concert at Christensen Village with her husband then, and they're also going to do a workshop in the community. So they are totally psyched on this whole project. They want to try and work with it. It's inspired her greatly. Also through the podcast, what was really nice, I had the opportunity to have these relations by amazing guests that I was having. I've done 21 episodes. I've had like Terry Lake, our past health minister, Ashton Applewhite, the anti-ageism advocate out of New York City, and Fasting, creative care leader, as we all know, Dr. Aaron Blythe, the family caregiver expert. And what been fascinating about all the relationships that I've developed with my guests has been their inspiring stories, but also the diverse viewpoints. And I think as we move into try and create systems change, like speaking to the health minister and speaking to him in a very open, honest way, like we should do this, we should close that. And he goes, no, and hearing some of his stuff that never made it into the podcast because he asked me not to put it in there, but it just gives you really interesting viewpoints of what, could potentially work and how we can change the systems with this type of work. So it gave us those stories and viewpoints, but it also reinforced to me the power of this type of work that we're doing at the grassroots level to really create change. And by grassroots, I think our team really looked at it as, person to person, conversation to conversation, project by project, building networks like we are today, but also about embedding contribution and purpose into all the work. And I think that is a really, really crucial component of this. And that focused, consistent actions. There's times I'm sure all of us thought, oh my God, let's just pack this thing in, right? And especially at the time of COVID, because our funders were fantastic. The Vancouver Foundation, as one of the funders, they said, COVID's hit, it might go a couple months. Why don't you just stop the project and, pick it up? And we all know what would have happened if we stopped the project probably in March of 2020, we probably wouldn't be sitting here today, my guess. But I'll just say one more thing around the power of that grassroots approach that this team has taken is there's an overarching glue that's bonded it all together. There's the grassroots approach and they're like the stick and we have like the glue, right? We can go back one, maybe go back one. I'll just let you know. So that's Gail, and that was Monica Setter, to my friend, the poet. An 85-year-old guy who Gail passed shortly after this project happened, but it impacted her and her family greatly. It was pretty powerful. So if I could just go back briefly to the bit about the grassroots approach and all those components of our grassroots approach. For us, I think what it is, and my colleagues here will agree, is that the glue is, one, we see the power of collaboration, right? This couldn't have been done one entity doing it. The importance of, in a partnership, is trust, trust, and trust, and more trust, and trust. And 200% trust in our partners, but also in looking at embracing the challenges. We've had some pretty significant moments within this project that the wheels could have come off, but I think because of our strong foundation, we've been able to course correct and pivot and go in the direction that we need be. And when I look at that, I think I'll lead it to Chad in the future. It's like, what can we ask ourselves, right? Can we build a creative community of care?
Yeah, that is the big question that sort of we've we've come out of this project with. I want to say I think we've come to the systems level that very skillfully Bruce has taken us there, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But our hope is to open this up to a little bit of a conversation or questions from people here or anyone online. Please do put your questions in the chat. We have someone who's monitoring that, and questions, comments. We invite those, because this really is a conversation. Once we get to the systems level, it's a conversation.
Because we don't have the answers at the systems level, so we would like to take yours.
Okay, we'll hold off for 1 minute, and then we'll come. We already have a question. This is so exciting. Okay, so just to speak to the future, and where we are hoping to go with this. We, as Bruce was saying, and I think what I've really experienced through becoming intimately connected to two large-ish institutions, right? Good Samaritan Society and Douglas College. These are systems that are in place, right? And most of our systems, including those and everything in our kind of modern society, are systems that are focused mostly on control. They want to try to control outcomes, right? And that's there's a lot of benefit to that, but there's also we can see that there are some compromises through that, and what we've kind of begun to see is the power of an emergent practice, right? The power of how do you keep things alive? How do you keep, without bringing too much of your own agenda, your own kind of need for a certain outcome, wherever you are positioned in the various systems, right? And this is just as much, just as important, I feel, for artists who engage in this work, or artists in general, frankly, is to bring that kind of commitment to the qualities that we've kind of identified, the qualities of curiosity and wonder and reciprocity and intention, and all of those qualities are only qualities that you can't impose those. You kind of have to live them. Yeah, you have to breathe them. And that can be challenging if you've got all this pressure coming from all different places to achieve a certain goal, to get a certain outcome, and so on. So we have been through this is part of our community building, has been projects with Emily Carr and their health design lab. And we did work with them with the Dementia Lab conference. I remember, with you, Myrna, and it was amazing to see the work, the very synergistic, very similar kind of desire for trying to bring things down to that level where we're building relationships. We're not kind of imposing a kind of outcome that we want. We're trying to create like space for this magic, that magic to happen. And so over the last year, we've been going through a similar process that Colleen, Bruce, and I went through 6 years ago, developing a proposal that we submitted to the College and Community Social Innovation Fund. COCOSIF is the how the cool people say it, and that has been it's submitted. We'll find out in July whether we're successful with that. But either way, the goal or the dream is to experiment with this notion of an emergent creative care model. And where where we define emergent as all those things we've been talking about sort of the notion of relationship kind of guiding the practice. You have anything to add to that, Colleen?
No, No, very nice, you said.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Just
Like a researcher.
I think the intention now is to really take on our vision for social or system change and to really imagine how expanding our network can really help us to achieve that. So yeah, bringing in new partners, not only Emily Carr, but another care home on the Sunshine Coast and Vancouver Coastal Health Authority. So really trying to expand the work and yet keep it authentic and real to what it is. So that's kind of the balance, the challenge, and what we're hoping to step into later this year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And do you want to end with them?
Well, I want to actually take, because there was a question.
Acknowledgement and the Bill's recording.
Oh, do we want to? I thought we could end with that.
Oh, okay.
Because it's such a nice recording to go out with. So
you see how much we rehearsed this one?
So why don't we open up to questions and then we will end with some acknowledgements.
Yeah.
Actually, you answered my question. I was just asking about if you had anything planned at the end of this, what was next? So you did actually answer that. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And it's
I'd like to know how to get your podcasts.
Oh, any of the podcast channels, Apple, Spotify, it's on all the major podcast providers. So you just put in the creatively engaging.
there are
really great.
Yeah.
Really great podcasts. Yeah.
How many do you have now?
21. 21. right now.
21.
They're longer episodes. Most people like really short podcasts, but mine are all sort of, focused more on character. So one of the last ones I just did with David Greenberger, probably know David's work, and Beth Harrington. And, yeah.
It's good for dog walks. I listen to them.
Yeah, the good dog walking. Yeah.
Good dog walking podcast. It looks like we have a question at the Art Farm. This must be coming from us, from our online audience. Let's go to Sandy.
Hey everyone. That is wonderful watching you three. I actually learned a lot and I've been with you the entire time. And so there is a couple.
I'm married to you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and married to that guy. So we had a question online, a couple. Can we mail the booklets to them? Yes, we can. So for those people who are watching online.
Let's answer that with a yes. Send us your address and we will mail it to you. We've had a lot of fun with mail with this project, actually. Sandy, share one of because you were the one when COVID hit and of course the big challenge with an interactive relational project with COVID is how to continue to sustain that online. And so one of the solutions was mail. Can you share that?
Yeah, thanks,
project?
Chad. Snail mail. It's becoming an art form in and of itself. And we were working with one of the participants who has passed on. And I think her level of dementia was quite advanced. So we were all separated and who doesn't like receiving mail and opening up a package? So this idea came where we would put different things in the packages and we would mail it off and then open it together. And so I was working with Rolf at the time, and Rolf is right here. I'm going to get him to stand right in, and maybe we can talk about that because I want him to be part of this. So Rolf, do you want to talk a little bit about what happened during that time when I'm totally, oh my goodness, when the person opened the package?
I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting to come on, so I'm drawing a blank.
Okay, so
give me a name.
I know.
Who was it? Who did we send it to?
It was Trouty. It was Trouty and Joyce and
Joyce. Thank you. It was Joyce and Trouty all at the same time.
Oh,
and
that's right,
there's this
that's right.
picture of us. We have these things on our heads,
there was
and we're
costume
making
bits and
the
fabric
weird,
and
yeah.
jewelry, and the idea was you don't have to know what this is. It might be obvious, but to make it whatever you wanted to do it, and just the creativity that was happening spontaneously in the moment. And the sillier we could get, the more open it would be. But just that marvelous moment of opening up a package. It's sort of like Christmas. Exactly. You don't know what's going to be in it. But we're sharing it on Zoom. So it's sort of like in Christmas when you hand somebody a present, you watch them open it. we're able to see each other do it and then play.
Engage with it. And I was standing in line. I remember this quite clearly. I was standing in line, I think, to vote, and I get a phone call from the participant's husband. And he says, "Oh, Sandy, I just have to tell you that Joyce looked at that package the next day and said, 'I like that.'" So she had remembered, not that we're trying to recall memory, but it was a physical recollection of that experience. And he was so enthusiastic and joyous. And I think it was his response that was my pinnacle moment of, wow, that really, because we didn't know. We said, "Oh, let's just try this," and we had a lot of fun. But he had to take time out of his day to call and tell us that was a great way of responding.
Yeah.
So I have another question though, and you may not be able to answer it. Seems
Okay.
like a big question for the panel. And how would other communities do this? How would they do what you're doing, like other small communities? So throw that at you.
What was that? Here we go.
How would other communities do this? Colleen, you want to take that?
Very easily. No. Well, we've been actually in the project really trying to build up our resources and to make available to, can you hear me? Yeah, to make available to other communities, but that's still kind of a work in progress. So we've been working on it. I think we've talked about this to some degree in that the key thing is the partnership. And so finding in any community that, an arts group or an artist to work with an educator and someone in healthcare, and having those three key partners come together, I think is the starting place. And then getting the resources and figuring out what it looks like in that particular community is what happens next. But I think we've really imagined that would be the first step, is to kind of, where is there the energy, where is there the will to step into this kind of unknown new work and to work together to create something like Raising the Curtain. So I don't know if you have anything to add.
I do. I want to add that, one of the other elephants in the room that with this project is money and resources, and how do we make this happen, right? I know that I've gotten that many times, and yet the research component of this project, because of the research, that's really the bulk of the resources, right? So if you're planning to do a research project, there's funding for those sorts of things. But in terms of the project, when we first initiated it when it was really just at the grassroots level, it's amazing what that will do. It's amazing what the inspiration will create, and where you will find the connections in your community. And Bruce, shout out to Bruce, because that's what Bruce has done from the beginning with this work, is as he's kind of relentlessly gone out into the community and just been like, hey, we should do this, we should do that, we should do this. Hey, do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? And certainly I can't speak for all artists, but it's exciting. This is exciting work. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we're dealing with stigma, and we're dealing with fear, and we're dealing with, all the reasons that people don't go into care homes, but it's exciting work when you're doing it. I know that Sandy and Rolf and all the facilitators can agree with this. You feel it, like you're tired. You are tired by the end of the day, but it feels so exciting. So that drives a lot. And so if you are in a position like Bruce, go out there and find, pitch this to people, pitch it.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find partners.
And also reach out to us through the website, through our info email, if you're interested, and we're happy to meet and share resources and share anything we can to help get things started.
For all your
care partners, I should say, were all your co-researchers people who lived in care, or were some of them from the outside of the community? And how did you get them?
Good question.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is interesting because when we began, our thought was, I think both Colleen and I thought, okay, this would be with,
I thought too.
and Bruce thought this would be with people living at Christensen Village for the most part. Lo and behold, the stigma is so strong that even though there are many people at Christensen Village who are living with the experience of dementia, they don't self-identify. They don't self-identify. And that was, in our ethics, a very important distinction. We didn't want, we weren't going to invite people in who didn't think they had dementia. They needed to think it. So to begin, we didn't actually have anyone, right? There was participants from the residents that participated with us, but they were not research collaborators. Everyone was from the community, and it is only in the last 6 months, maybe, or last year, where we finally, in this last year, have two of our co-researchers are from Christensen Village.
Yeah, and the early stages of it was really like a road show. We traveled up the coast, going to centers, to the rec centers, to the senior centers, talking about the project, trying to encourage people to be involved in the project. And we get a lot of people show up, but there wasn't a lot of response at the time.
Yeah,
but then
that's been a challenge for sure.
Yeah, it was a big challenge.
Yeah, you have to be, brave and bold and courageous to step forward into this, and that's why we're going to close with just acknowledging that, because it was a brave thing, and we're so grateful for the collaborators. Any other questions? Anything else from the art farm, Sandy and Rolf?
Well, there's a lot of personal questions, but yeah, nothing online. Nothing, I think. Chloe? We have our amazing Chloe standing by. And so if anybody wants to send out questions, then please do. Well,
yeah, we will. We're here for the day, for the afternoon. So yeah, I think this if there's no other questions in the audience, we wanted to close with a, well, let's take a look at those slides. So if you look at the last few slides, so we'll scroll through here.
One more.
Oh no, all the way through. There's there's the fun. That's oh yeah, here we go. It's like revisiting our panel. Here we are. So just hold back. There we go. So these are our peer collaborators, and again, very grateful. And some of whom are still with us, others who have passed on. So obviously that's the center, have been the center of our project. If we can go to the next slide, our care partners who kind of form the backbone, if you will, especially from the beginning, but during COVID, without the care partners, it would have been not possible. And so we want to acknowledge them. So, and then we wanted to just give you a sense of the scope of how many people are involved. So we can just scroll through here, through these slides. This is just the scope of our team and how many people were involved from the beginning until now. And there we are. So there's, so to close this out, we wanted to honor several of our collaborators that have moved on. So Gary, wherever you are, you made us laugh. You really made us laugh every time. We collaborating with you was a lot of fun. So let's move on to the next slide. Oh, Joyce. So Joyce, you can see even just in the smile there, just a ton of fun. This is kind of a theme, really, we would come together. Joyce is having a cup of tea there. tea and cookies was a big part of this project. It formed kind of that's where all the social cohesion would take place. I feel like, you know, it's cheating the science a bit, but it's like, hey, that's social cohesion, tea and cookies. And so Joyce, we miss you. All right, on to the next one. Trouty. So Trouty, you saw in the clip. So that was such a seminal moment. From the beginning of the project, Trouty told us that she wanted to do clown work. That was her goal. She wanted to be a clown. She had always wanted to do clown work, and so it was such a treat to see her come alive in those workshops. And I can't tell you how many times we would be in circle together, and you know, there'd be discussion. And Trouty was soft spoken, and it would take her sometimes a while. She was living with the experience of Lewy body dementia, which just meant there was a bit of shaking and sometimes challenge to find the words. But someone would notice that Trouty wanted to speak, so we would say, okay, yeah, and then we would stop, and it would be we would all have to shift our kind of clocks. You know, we would just shift our clocks and listen, and she would blow us away. You know, it would sometimes be, you know, 7 words, but it would just blow us away. And so countless moments like that. And Trouty, I know that you're here with us. So thank you. And then our last slide is for Bill. Now, Bill was not living with the experience of dementia. He was in his 80s and was just a remarkable individual that really wanted to be involved. He really, really wanted to be involved, and he came in and just participated and did whatever he could to contribute humbly. You know, this was a you know, man who had 60 plus years of, you know, transformational change professional work, and he really brought this humble self to this project and just contributed however he could. And Bruce, I'm just going to let you share then lead us into the audio that we have.
Yeah, I think in a moment we're going to hear the audio clip. Like Chad had said, it was interesting with Bill because in his 80s, he discovered Raising the Curtain, he discovered the project, and he felt like this could be some of the most powerful work in his life. And I think I interviewed him for the second podcast. It was just going to be a test of equipment, like an audio check. But it just turned into this really wonderful conversation and became probably one of the most popular episodes I've ever done. And I think we're going to hear a little clip from how impassioned Bill was about this project and about creative care and the importance to create that change.
Perception of an 85-year-old guy who is doing well. Some people have said to me recently, you know, you're really lucky, Bill. You've got terminal cancer, so you don't have to worry about all this shit in the future. And I say, well, if I don't have to worry about it, I'm already dead. The human experience of life is to live it and feel it and experience it right up to the finish line. And so I'm as creatively engaged and I'm interested in creatively caring for my friends who are creatively caring for me. And the power of that is absolutely astonishing. And as young people, there's no boundaries at my door. I don't even lock my house anymore. And they come. And it is priceless. So embrace uncertainty. Become a creative carer. It's huge for human beings to embrace the conscious awareness of how our egos and our arrogance is not only destroying our world, but it's separating us from each other.
So that's Bill. Thank you, Bill. And that is a great way for us to close out this panel. We couldn't say it better. I just want to say to everyone online, we will be returning at around 2:45 for our panel with the care partners. So this is a really this is something we've been wanting to do for a while. We haven't had the opportunity to, and so we're going to have a rich, spacious conversation with the care partners. And for those of you who are here joining us, please make a flag, eat some food. Please eat that food.
I see it.
It's there. And thank you for joining us. We're really looking forward to seeing all of you in about half an hour. We'll check in with the flags then too. Okay. Until then.
That's it. Thank you. Hey, thank you.
Welcome back. We got this figured out, how to start. We got our cues. We're ready to go for the second panel, and we're pretty excited about this panel. And I know that they are waiting for us at the Art Farm to get going. But before we send it to the Art Farm and to the Care Partners panel, we wanted to just take a moment to check in with Sarah May and Rajan over at the flag making station. I think they might have moved, actually. They are no longer at the flag making station. Where are you now? Oh, looks like I'm gonna just improvise a little, and oh no, we're good. We're back. Hey.
Have been made here today by our lovely audience. So we have this one. So the question was kind of, what gets you up in the morning? Here we have a happy cat illustrated with beautiful colors. Next to it here, we have equality. And we have some just love and sunshine here. And we also have a brand new one with RTC Coquitlam written on it, which was a proposition for a new project. And Sarah May, what do you have?
All right. Well, I've got, you see that? It says light. Beautiful sunshine smiling out at us. The environment. This was one from the room here. The environment. Can you see that all right?
When your hand's not behind it.
Okay, like this?
Yeah.
All right. And over here, oh, this is a beautiful phrase. Reimagine with joy. Gorgeous. And I've got another one right here. What do we got? Smiles, happy, laugh. Gorgeous. Making friends on the string with fight for people who need help. Brilliant. And one more on this string. Oh, looks like it's an action picture. Gardening, watering, and look at the things that can flower when you tend them. Gorgeous. All right. Thank you so much for checking in with us, Chad. We're going to send back to you, and we're going to head back to the table. We have a few more flags on the go over there, and everyone in the room, feel free to come back and join us as your thoughts are percolating on our questions.
You, Sarah May and Rajan. That was a treat to get to see what's been happening here live at Douglas College. For those of you who are joining us online, you can still participate. All you have to do is send us what gets you up in the morning. If it was my wife Sandy, it would be the espresso. But you can send whatever you like. It's also, what are you fighting for? What do you want to stand up for? What are you passionate about? So send those in. We're making those flags, and so now's our chance to send this live stream back all the way across the water to the Art Farm. Art Farm, are you there?
Go from the Art Farm.
Hey, welcome. That's amazing. Well, I'm going to hand it over to you, Anya, to more formally kind of welcome us and introduce us to this panel. But we're really looking forward to it. Thank you to all the care partners who have showed up today to do this. So over to you.
Thank you, Chad, and thank you for sharing the beautiful work that the audience is creating at Douglas College. You're all keeping busy, and it's very inspiring and beautiful to see your creations. So my name is Anya, and I'm a research manager on Raising the Curtain. Welcome, everyone, to the Care Partners panel. Our session today is entitled Beyond the Brochure, Forming Meaningful Partnerships in Care. Before I introduce today's panel, I would like to acknowledge the role of all the care partners in Raising the Curtain. Over the last 5 years, you all of you who are here and those some care partners who are not able to be with us today contributed in a very meaningful and very important way. You supported your loved ones' involvement in creative engagement workshops in Raising the Curtain by providing encouragement, by helping with transportation, and offering a technical support with connecting to our Zoom sessions. You also joined excitedly in the fun when COVID-19 restrictions forced us to move the creative engagement sessions to online. So really big thank you from us, and your work and your ongoing support is very much appreciated. Joining me live today is a group of care partners and team members, and right next to me we have Cheri, who is a care partner with her wife Judy. Sitting next to Cheri, we have Sandra, who is a care partner with her mom Sadie. Next to Sandra, we have Rolf, who is an artist facilitator on Raising the Curtain. And then next we have Leagh, who is a care partner with his wife, Margaret. Joining us today also is Joan, and she's a care partner with her partner, Margaret. And finally, we have Vicky, who is a knowledge translator coordinator on the project. Welcome, everyone. Before we get into our live discussion today, we would like to share with you a pre-recorded video from an interview with Tegan and Michael, who are care partners with their mom and their partner and their wife, Marguerite. So let's hear now from Tegan and Michael.
Is there anything that you would like to start the conversation with in terms of your experience with Raising the Curtain?
My initial impression when we first started quite a few years ago was absolutely amazing. And it continues to this day. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to be involved to the extent as in the past. But I'm totally blown away by the, what shall I call it? Raise the curtain. I'm totally blown away how the people reacted, how the caregivers reacted.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how respectful it was. It was just quite beautiful. It was wonderful. It brought me to tears many times, just, you know, at the activities, seeing it go on.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my initial reaction.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Tegan?
For our family, Raise the Curtain has made dementia just a daily part of our lives rather than something to feel shame or guilt about. It's really taken a lot of the...
Well, it's given us insights.
It's given us insights into
what it is,
what dementia is. It's given us a community, people who are going through similar journeys. And it's given my mom peers, people who she feels safe around and who she is safe around, because so many people don't know how to interact in an empowering way with people who have dementia. And it's very important. It's been very important for us to feel that we're safe and that she's safe in an environment within a community.
And that we develop community out of it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a huge community through Raising the Curtain.
Yeah.
Yes, it seems like, you know, we all often associate dementia with a very old age, but that's not always true not for all the families, right? Like some of us are faced with this challenge much earlier in our lives.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to pick up on something, Tegan, that you mentioned. You talked about Raising the Curtain that helped you take the shame out of dementia. Can you tell me a little bit more about what was it specifically about this project or the creative engagement sessions that you were able to let go of a shame of dementia?
Well, I maybe you'd be better at talking about this, because in the initial few years, I wasn't living on the coast. full time. So it was actually my dad and my mom who were part of the project in a more involved way. But I guess what I can speak to is that dementia was being talked about openly in our home. And we were openly telling people that dementia is part of our lives. Whereas before, there was a fear of telling people. So there was having this community and doing the artistic engagement, I think, was very empowering. And my mom's really, she's somebody who's always been she's been an advocate for all kinds of things in her life. And that is a huge part of her identity. And so for her to feel as though she could advocate for people with dementia was huge for her to still maintain a sense of her strong identity and validation as an advocate.
Thank you. Was there anything else, Michael, that is there a memory that you have that you hold particularly, close to your heart from the project?
However, so happy everybody who was involved, caregivers as well, whenever it occurred, whenever there was activity, it was a really wonderful thing because you carried that with you for quite a while, often days, until the next one. And that's often the way, because how often does a caregiver get away and make it a really positive thing with their spouse?
Yeah.
Or partner.
And in terms of raising the curtain, because you, Tegan, had joined us, for the online sessions. Can you tell us a little bit more about? Can you tell me a little bit more about, what was it like joining the creative engagement sessions with your mom? Has this opened up a new opportunity for your relationship with your mom, or maybe gave you a new perspective on her experience?
It absolutely has. It's been really interesting hearing her tell which stories she tells and what comes out of them. So because Sarah May and Tom, are fairly new people in her life, although not really, but and are such good listeners and such attentive listeners, that I got to learn a lot more about my mom, and not only in what stories she told, but how she told them. And then also to watch, her interactions. She took it very seriously. She took, the questions and the artistic engagement very seriously. And so to watch that, her work, her work as an artist very seriously, because I've never seen her make art seriously before. She did that at art school way before I was born. And so to see her do this and just, it was really special. It was wonderful to see her so at a task and in that flow, right, that you get into when you are making art, and to be there and to just, really be doing that. And
anything else, Tegan, that you would like to share with people about your experience being part of Raising the Curtain?
Find yourself a community that is around dementia and involve yourself and make friends. It's incredibly important in taking the stigma away. And I think that this arts-based way of connecting is also incredibly important.
Yeah, it's the ultimate.
And for us, and music too. So if you don't have a dementia specific thing, join a choir, do something that engages that creativity.
So do you think that doing something new, experimenting, learning new things, do you think it holds a particular importance for people living with dementia? Having opportunity to do those things?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people there that have said, oh, I've never done this before. I don't know whether I can do that. And then they end up doing it. So it's the first time. And that's for caregivers as much as the clients.
That builds self-confidence.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have any more questions for you unless there is something that you feel like you still would like to share with everybody.
I just hope this can continue, past and into the future. It's a really important program. It's got to be expanded. As does the living accommodations for those people who are afflicted with dementia. That's got to be expanded and improved. I don't know, the Raise the Curtains, just for the people who've been involved, has been an amazing thing. It's giving us opportunity. It's giving possibility for the future. If only we can expand on it and continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think the way you described it, it seems like it played a role in improving quality of life, quality of the
100%. 100%.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I don't know how this would be without Raise the Curtain.
Yeah.
Oh, that was very moving and uplifting conversation. Thank you, Tegan and Michael. We hope that you are able to join us today online, and we are sending you love from all of us. Thank you. I would like to open now our live panel discussion with a question for you, Cheri. Cheri, you joined Raising the Curtain this year together with your wife, Judy. And I'm just curious, what has this experience been like doing creative engagement sessions together?
Well, I feel very privileged to be part of Raising the Curtain. Judy and I were pretty isolated in the community before we moved to Christensen Village. We've been in Christensen Village a year now. And part of Raising the Curtain, I guess the recreation coordinator, Bruce Devereux, got us involved in Raising the Curtain, what about maybe 5 months ago? Something like that. So we're pretty new to the program, but it's been tremendous. No, my mind's gone blank. It's been tremendous in that we've gotten to know so many people, and as having a common ground of dementia, whereas we didn't have that before in the community. So we have people around us now through Raising the Curtain that have inspired us and shown us that there's still joy, even though we're living with dementia.
It sounds like you found a new sense of community that helps you navigate this new experience of dealing with the diagnosis of dementia.
Very much so. Very much so, yeah.
Tell me a little bit more about the project that you've been working on with Sandy and Sandra and Sadie and Judy.
Oh, well, one of the projects that we've been working on with Raising the Curtain is doing a collage book. And Sandy's been driving from Christensen, or from her place here at the Art Farm, to Christensen, to, I guess, to Seashelt, and then back again to Christensen, and then back to the Art Farm where the book originated from. And it's basically doing collage. Yeah.
How has this been like having this art project, working together with Judy and then collaborating with another partner?
It's been very inspiring and a lot of fun.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Cheri. And we can pass it on now to...
Thanks, Anya. So I have a quote from an interview we've done with you in the past, and it just I really want to share it with the world out there. I fully believe that without this kind of engagement, my mom's dementia would be more advanced. She steps up a level when with other people, and is involved in an activity that is centered around her abilities. I'm just wondering if you could tell us more about how you've witnessed that and what kind of activities Raising the Curtain has done with her.
I've noticed that the stimulation, there are two aspects to it. There's the social aspect. My mum is incredibly gregarious. Nobody here is going to argue with me about that. And she walks into the room and she sees people that she recognizes, that she feels welcomed by, that it's her community, her people. And immediately her brain steps up a level. It's instantaneous. As soon as she comes into the room, sees everybody, she wants to be engaged. She's completely in the moment, and it's incredible to see. And that aspect, I think, is incredible, and it definitely influences her sort of state of mental activity is by the social aspect. The critical, I also think is critical, is the creative engagement, where the collaboration between the people in the group is phenomenal, and she loves it. There's no prescribed outcome or a prescribed route to get from A to B. There's a general theme that everybody kind of listens to and takes to, and the work that people do together is amazing in that. And I think that also makes her step up another level or two, even the creative engagement aspect of it. And the people with short-term memory loss, there's nothing wrong with their intellect. Their senses of humor, as you only just spend a few minutes with this group, and you realize that they still have an incredible sense of humor and so much to give. And here, there's no judgments. There's, sometimes my mum is concerned that she's going to do something wrong or she's not going to get it right. That doesn't happen here because there's no, no matter what happens, a spontaneous break into song, as she does routinely. it's everybody just joins in. It's applauded and people encourage, and that definitely. I'm sure if you tested her abilities before she came in and after she left, her executive functioning, for instance, it's way higher, and the feeling of belonging and being amongst friends and the stimulation from the creative engagement lasts long after we leave here. And I've said before, by the time we drive to the end of the road, there's a good chance my mum will forget where we've been and what we've been doing. But the feeling of having been part of something, and just the having been in the moment and having been thinking and using your imagination and having fun, that feeling and that creates, within her, just lasts her through the whole of the rest of the day and into the evening. And it's incredible to see. And I'm very grateful for her to have been involved with this and to have met all these amazing people.
Wonderful. Thank you. And like you say, your mother, she's primed to engage. She loves to engage. So it's been just wonderful having her step into the room because she brings that lightness. And it's just wonderful to see everybody jump in and share that light, her light and their own light. It's just wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you, Sandra. Leagh, question now for you. What have you seen in Raising the Curtain that you would like to see instituted in the world at large?
Some of it is much the same as Sandra was saying, recognizing that, well, one of the things is they're very much in the moment. I get jealous of Margaret sometimes because she's so much here right now. When I'm thinking about things to do or things in the past or something, she is right here, which is also one of the advantages anybody stepping into the journey would get, which is if you get mad at them, as we sometimes lose our patience, 5 minutes, I give her a hug, 5 minutes later, it's gone. Whereas with me, somebody gets mad at me, it lingers all day. So, and the recognition, and also I share that this has been an amazing community. For me, Michael and Tegan were on the screen there. Well, I helped Michael renovate the house that Tegan is living in. And I got to know him through Marguerite's involvement with the Alzheimer's Society and so on. So I find that my community has expanded in very unexpected ways. And it's been a wonderful journey. And I found, much as Sandra was saying, Margaret's a bit, she's not quite as effusive as, say, Sadie is, but she's actually 12 days older than Sadie. So they're very much of a generation. And it's fun to see them together. Sadie is very much out there. Margaret is a bit more contained, but she still laughs and she's really involved. And much the same, she'll sleep all day, but when she comes here, it's like, wow, you know, she's wide awake. And I know it stimulates her. Yeah, so I just like to see a lot more recognition of, as people, that they really do have a lot to offer. There's a change. I'd like to see it like, okay, someone has, I'm so grateful she doesn't have cancer. I'm so grateful she doesn't have some of these terrible diseases out there. She's got memory loss, but she's still here. She's still herself. I am just very, very grateful. And I appreciate how Raising the Curtain is bringing this whole thing out into the larger community, larger world, and the stigma is disappearing. And I'll go more into that later.
Well, thank you, Leagh. And what I'm hearing from both of you is about the social aspect, the engagement that's happening. Like, this program is focused on arts engagement, which is asking people to step into a world of play that they might not be familiar with. But what most people seem to be reflecting is about the love and the connection and how all of that carries on. It almost could be a sports group or anything. Yes.
Respect. Respect.
Uh-huh.
That's really important.
Thank you, Leagh. Thank you very much. And I think that's at the core of the love and the joy that we share as we do the engagement. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Vicky and Joan now.
Joan, thank you for being part of it today. And so in some of our conversations and during the creative engagements, you've shared about things that are important to you in your life. So what did it mean for you and for your partner, Margaret, to share about things that were important to you, like cooking and knitting and gardening during the creative engagement projects?
Well, the cooking was never my forte. I never cooked ever. I was always abandoned from the kitchen immediately because I was in the way. So that was the biggest shock of my life when Margaret ceased to cook. But bless her heart, she's never complained. So I went out and bought a whole new kitchen assembly because I wouldn't use the big oven because I didn't know how. So I bought the latest gadget with the water where you can do your vegetables in there and your meat in there and things like that. And that has been a big experience, and the internet has helped me immensely because every time I wanted to cook something, I'd go on Google, write down the recipe, and then cook that particular item. So I got quite good at it in the end, and it turned out very nice. And so we've been very healthy on my diet that I've introduced. So there's no cakes and cookies afterwards. But it's a hard journey, especially watching Tegan and Michael. They've gone through so much crises in one family that it's very hard. But Marguerite and Michael were the first two people we met when we arrived at the art farm, and Margaret and Marguerite just hit it off immediately. Although I think there's at least 15 years difference in the ages, but the sense of humor was similar, and their mind thought was very similar. They just were able to accept the short-term memory loss and live in the moment as much as they can. And that's what we've tried to do. And I think it's crucial that we socialize. So we've joined everything that's possibly going, and including choirs, and we go to meetings, and we go to every time anybody invites us anywhere, we will go, whether we're interested or not, we go, because I think it's so important. That's why the years that we've spent at the art farm have been magnificent for her. I mean, in the beginning, I was just grateful to drop Margaret off and have a break. But then I got just as involved as you see in all the paperwork that I have, that I've collected in 5 years. But it's hard to see them slowly go downhill, but Margaret has never, ever lost her sense of humor. And when she's with Sadie, and the pair of them, they have us giggling all the time.
It sounds like that's something that was really, that connection, that community, but also the the sharing, the sharing of jokes, the humor, the fun.
Yes. Yes, and anything goes. It doesn't matter what you say. Everybody laughs, and so there's no discrimination. Everyone accepts the fact that we are on a journey. We've been on a journey with Leagh and Margaret for a long time, and I've got to know Leagh. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but
Probably not.
but anyway, he's been very helpful with me too, with certain numbers and things to contact, because it has been very difficult for us to get help. And there was one phone number that I never used, which I will in the future, because he's given it to me now. So I think I've learned a few lessons.
Okay, well, thank you. And we're going to hand over to Rolf, who's going to go to quite a big question for the whole group. So Joan, thank you so much for sharing.
You're welcome, Vicky. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, everybody. What we wanted to do now was to sort of open it up to the whole table so everybody can contribute their thoughts to this next question, which is a very broad, general question. What would your advice be to anyone who might be entering the experience of partnering, the care partnering with dementia? So going into the role that you've taken on for the length of time that you have, what advice would you have for those who are just stepping into it? We're going to do a little mini intro from Leagh. You really wanted to share this. So how about you take it away, and then we'll bring it into this question.
Okay, when my wife is considerably older than I am, she's 88, and when she grew up, dementia was crazy. And I've actually got the definition from a Oxford English Dictionary from about the 80s, and it says here, just give me a moment, please. I'm a bit slow here. Oh, there it is. Dementia. This was the definition in the Oxford English Dictionary. Insanity consisting in loss of intellectual power due to brain disease or injury. Now, it mentions brain disease, but I saw a recent definition about 2 years ago that says cognitive changes in the brain. When we started this program, Margaret was saying, she didn't like the word dementia at all. And I said, it's a medical term. It means this now. And during the course of this program, she's accepted it. And that to me is a major change. And I just feel so grateful. And Raising the Curtain has had a lot to do with that. I'm very happy to see dementia now treated as a disease rather than a form of insanity, because it's one of the things, if you treat it as insanity, people get very scared. They get scared at losses. I'm also very grateful for Margaret, because we were at the senior center one day and she repeated herself and somebody made some sort of snide comment, and Margaret said, well, I've got memory loss. And she was integrated, and immediately the whole atmosphere around the table changed. It was like, oh, okay, well, got memory loss, I got this. So she was just a person with a limitation, that's all.
People didn't go running away screaming. No. Which is what they would have done if she had said, well, I'm insane.
Yeah. Or if she responded as, but she's always been a very good sense of herself, largely because of me,
Well, I think you bring up a really important point that I'm sure everybody who's dealing with themselves or their partner receiving the diagnosis of dementia is the stigma that comes with it, with the old concept of being demented. And that was something we definitely had to process a lot in our arts engagements. So that issue, or what other support in terms of advice you would give to people out there who are stepping into the caretaking role? What advice would you have?
I think everybody's mentioned it. Get involved in as many different clubs and as you can, and make a community of people, not just for the person whose memory is declining, but for the caregiver also. It's huge to have other people who have a really good understanding of what's happening in your life. I mean, I consider myself to be lucky because I'm not on my own with my mum. I have my own partner living with us, but I'm very much aware that everyone else that I, in this community is actually dealing with their person that they're caring for by themselves. And I think getting out, making community for yourself and community for for the person that you're caring for. It is critical. I really do think it for both the care partner and for the person whose memory is in decline.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point, and that's something that's really come up through all of our experiences is building the community. It's a natural extension of the work, and it just seems to be so essential. Cheri, I'm curious because I know that stepping into this role and receiving the diagnosis and all of that is somewhat newer to you than many of the people here. Would you feel comfortable sharing what that experience is like and what you would recommend?
Which experience?
Just the stepping into receiving the diagnosis, like you're in your first, it's early for you. And
I see what you're saying, Rolf. We are very new to my wife's diagnosis of vascular dementia. But I agree with Sandra here that it's very important to develop a community, and that's what I'm starting to do right now. Judy and I are both reaching out to be with other people that have the lived experience of dementia, and that it's so critical to connect with other people so that we're not so alone in the diagnosis.
that's great. Again, it just keeps coming back to community. There's so much about how we can support each other. I remember at one point, Joan, we were having some discussion. I think it was the first meeting we had when we were playing with the Play-Doh and talking. And you spoke quite well about that people keep offering you support and you care, and you were speaking about what you wanted to see in terms of support for your partner. Do you have something to share about that?
Yes, I think when people offer you things, only in my case, but if people say to me, I'll sit with Margaret for a couple of hours while you go out. Well, I'd go out, then I'd worry about Margaret for 2 hours, or I'd miss her for 2 hours, and it's not really what I need. And it's often offered, and it's offered a lot, and I'm very grateful to people that say that to me. But that is not my need, and I might be different from a lot of other people, but I don't need to be separate from Margaret. I'm just desperate because my partner is fading from me after 33 years of togetherness. I don't have Margaret anymore. And so when people say, you can go out and do, what would I do? I wouldn't know where to go. Go for a walk for a couple of hours, or it's not what I need. Maybe it's a lot what some people need, but not my need.
So what I hear you saying is that you need your partner back. You miss your partner.
That's it.
Right. I see that in my own relationship with Judy, that there's parts of her that used to be there that are fading, and that makes me very afraid.
Yes. So it's a lack of understanding on people's parts, I think. They're being generous and kind, but it's not what we need.
Joan, I just what I'm also hearing is that you and your partner needs a community. You don't just need community for your partner or a companionship for your partner,
Yes.
but there is a need for a community for both of you.
Yes, I've been just as involved with Raise the Curtain as Margaret, as you saw by the paperwork that I have.
Yes.
I mean, I've been there for 5 years all the way,
Mhm.
and I've made dear friends like Vicky and other people from Christensen Village.
Mhm.
And so it's been a journey for both of us, not just for Margaret.
Yes. I hear that when we were talking just before the panel and you were talking about your experience. I feel the closeness that you feel to, as much as Margaret, to the project and to the team members and other peer collaborators.
And also, I think, I know it's around the world now, but it is really the only thing we've heard about in Canada. I think they're doing similar things in Toronto, but I've not heard quite something like the Art Farm is doing. So, they give you brochures, but they do nothing. So you are the only place that I've seen that's actually performing things for people to join and be together with. And it's very, very crucial for people with dementia is to be engaged like Sandy said, it's important. We go to everything that's open that people call us to go to, we go to. Because I think Margaret has to be out there talking, and she loves to be with people.
Bringing up the brochures is quite timely. We actually phrase this panel as being beyond the brochure, based on that very point that you brought forward. Is there's lots of superficial statements about it, but there's not a lot of programs presently, certainly in our community, and they're growing. But that leads me to the question of what changes would you like to see in the world? What would you suggest? I'm hearing more of our programs. we certainly mandate for that. I'm wondering if there are other aspects of your lives in terms of your roles as care partners, for yourselves and for your partners, that changes that you would like to see in the world.
Just getting together with other people, people in general, whether it's for like a cup of coffee or I don't know, even things like going to a movie or something like that, just that we're connected to other people.
I think that we've talked a lot about community, and truly there is an amazing community here. But I think that the creative engagement aspect of this is something that is very different to that. I take my mum to other things, or she goes to other things with other caregivers. But the creative engagement aspect of this program, I think, adds a whole other dimension to the stimulation. It's not just the talking and I think that the collaboration and the fun and the encouragement to use your imagination and your intelligence, and that there's you can do anything. I think that and the love, and I think there needs to be more opportunity for that kind of thing. I just think that's incredible, and I very much hope that this continues and expands.
Yeah, I that sort of circles me back to what you were doing with the Oxford Dictionary and talking about this very limited perspective and very pejorative look at what the experience that your partners have been going through. And I have to say that this program over the 5 years has really opened my eyes up to the fact that it is so easy to be fear-based or ignorant in the sense of not knowing. And by going through this program, I get to meet all these amazing people that society and my own ignorance has allowed me to sort of put in a box rather than receive the individual that they are. And so that I can meet each one of your partners and just see them more wholly as an individual. And that's, I feel like the arts engagement is sort of doing that. It's just, let's meet you at your level and you can be whom you are. And I don't know, I just got on a little soapbox there. Is there?
Yeah, I had a couple of things. One was something I heard years ago. One of the challenges of dementia is it's a double death, in the sense that your partner, as you knew them, is dying, and at some point they're going to physically die. So the grieving starts, in a sense, when the diagnosis happens, and even if it's a slow process. A couple of other things that I was, oh man, my mind isn't working too well. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say was, apart from this, a lot of people are isolated, and Joan mentioned this today. I was talking to her about it, and they don't really know where to reach for help. See a doctor, see a psychiatrist, get a diagnosis, get involved with your local. We've had a case manager for years, and they provide a lot of resources. One of the things I get, for instance, at the local place here, Shorncliffe, I get a month's respite. Now, that's not possible for everybody. Again, I'm very lucky with Margaret. She's very personable. She's got a good sense of humor. She's been out there before. I know she's taken care of, and so I can relax while that's going on. And I also would like people to be aware that the journey is totally individual. Margaret, of the people we started with, I think everybody we started with, all the people who have been cared for, are either dead or in care. Margaret's the only one still at home. So I feel very, very grateful for that. But I know also that the changes that happen in some people, they become very irritable and angry. And I feel very sorry for their partners and the people who are looking after them, because they've never known them before that point. And they may have been strong-willed and maybe a bit irritable, but and also I'm very fortunate. Margaret's never handled the finances. She's never driven. So I've handled all that part. And people with substance abuse problems, alcohol, I hear horror stories out there. But I would say more than anything, get out there, get the help, get involved, don't isolate, and fight for it. And a lot of people too have difficulty. I've been pretty assertive. Some people don't want to say boo. Well, you don't say boo, you may get booed at, really. It's really important to fight for it and join and I love a program for the humor and acceptance and everything else, and seeing that part of the person that's still there. But we also have to recognize sometimes we have to cry together because it's very sad sometimes. Yeah. It's a very sad journey.
Can I tell a funny story now?
Yes, okay.
I just wanted to say this from the beginning, because when we were starting to go on Zoom, I thought this was hysterical. Sandy from the Art Farm, is it Sandy?
Yes.
Okay. She doesn't cook much and doesn't knit much, and I don't cook much. I do knit well, but I can't cook. So we decided to cook scones online. So we Zoomed each other and we prepared our mixture beforehand, and we made scones, put them in the oven, and we went about doing our thing for about 20 minutes or so. And they came out and we had to judge, and her scones were better than mine.
Oh. Nancy, a good teacher.
May I mention one other?
Most definitely.
Okay. One of the other things that happens, and this is a personal story of mine, several years ago, Margaret woke up in the morning. I said, "How are you doing?" "I'm depressed." Oh, I spent the whole day wondering how she was doing, anxious about her. I got home and said, "How are you?" She said, "What do you mean, how am I?" "Well, you woke up this morning depressed." "I did?" She'd forgotten her depression in 5 minutes. I was carrying it all day. So you need to be really patient with yourself too. Invariably, you're going to lose it, and you just got to say, give her a hug. 5 minutes later, it's gone. And the repetition, the memory loss, they can't help it. But sometimes if you're tired or stressed, you're just going to lose it. Yeah. And you really have to be very loving and accepting towards ourselves, and recognize the changes they're really good people, but they're hard on us sometimes. And reach out to other people, get together, have a beer, or get together and yell about things or whatever, but look after yourself.
That's great advice. As you were telling that, I was remembering, I don't believe it was in the video with Tegan and you, Anya, but she was talking about how her mother would be looking out the window and she'd see the eagles and she'd say, "Look at the eagles." And Tegan would look at it, and then she'd go back, and then her mother would say, "Look at the eagles," as if she had just seen the eagles for the first time. And Tegan would see it and carry on. And then it could be 5 minutes later. "Wow, look at those eagles." And what often comes up for the people who are in the care is the frustration of continually repeating something. And she was able to make this wonderful bridge of just seeing the beauty of the moment, that she was sort of guided into a moment by moment of, oh, this is a fresh thing. And it's quite a challenge. It's quite a challenge for somebody who's, as you've mentioned, who's responsible for all the day-to-days to find the opening and the space for those repeated moments.
And my favorite one is Margaret likes her G&Ts. So every night, the thing she repeats most often during the day, it starts about maybe 4:30. "Are we having a drink tonight?" And I'll say yes, or whatever. "Are we having a drink tonight?" And I think, she's not an alcoholic, but that's the question she repeats most often every day. So I just sort of smile about it, and sometimes it's hard because I say, "No, we're going to take a break. We're not going to have a drink tonight." And she's kind of disappointed, but that's the other thing too. Sometimes we know things aren't the best thing for our partners, and you have to be firm, but it's, you don't want to be. Sometimes you say, "Well, yeah."
I always blame the doctor.
Well, I tell her the doctor's advice.
Margaret would never listen to me, so I thought I've got to find a new tactic because she always ruled the roost. So I thought, okay, I'm going to have to find someone that's far more important than myself. So I said, well, your doctor phoned and she said, you mustn't drink, Margaret. Oh, okay. And the next night, I think I'm going to have some sherry. Well, do you remember what the doctor said? Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Wonderful. All these strategies. At this point, we're checking in to see if there's any questions. And I'm not clear who's going to be moderating that. Do we have questions from the audience? Chloe, are you anywhere to be found? Oh, there's Chad. I can't hear you, Chad.
Just mime.
We can hear you now. Thank you, Chad.
Yeah, you can hear me now. Okay.
We can hear you now.
There you go.
So
Great.
you were just asking if there were any questions in the audience?
Yes.
Or online? Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, we have a question. So I'm going to run off the screen. You won't see me, but you'll hear the question.
It's not actually a question. It's just I wanted to express some gratitude to all of the care providers. I found that very powerful and very insightful. And I wanted to just thank you for sharing your experiences and wisdom with all of us here in the room. So thank you.
Anyone else with a question? None at the moment. So you could carry on if you like, or I'm not sure if there was anything online. Chloe was following that.
Yeah, she's been pulled off to another task.
Yes, outside. But Lee's got a question.
Well, this isn't a question so much, but I have, as I say, many of the people who had partners in care during COVID. I think Bonnie Henry's done a wonderful job, but as far as I'm concerned, how they've dealt with people with dementia in care has been crap. People go in for half an hour a week. Their partners valued the physical contact. One person had cochlear implants. The main contact he had with his wife was physical. She couldn't hug him, but she could take him out for 8 hours to go to the dentist. And I know it was about protecting lives, but what I've seen in seniors' homes, I'm quite convinced that many of those seniors had a shorter life because they weren't having the social contact with the loved ones. And I would really put out to the government, check it out, think carefully about what you're doing. Is life more important than quality of life? And I just feel, I know, and the suffering these caregivers went through, not, you know, being able to hug their partners once a week for half an hour was horrible. And Bonnie, you've done a wonderful job. Wonderful job, but this is part where I think you've really fallen down.
Thank you, Leigh, for sharing that, and that's an important message. I have just listening to you made me think about an aspect of what we tried to do when we were faced with the restrictions due to COVID-19. We did together in collaboration with you. We moved online, and I'm just curious to hear more about that. What did it mean to you maintaining that connection to the project and participating, but in a different format online?
This is open to yeah, I would say it did actually work remarkably well. The initial attempt when we had a screen that had, I don't know, 15, 20 people on it didn't work very well because it was a little bit too confusing. But once we went into smaller groups with 2 facilitators and 2 participants with their caregivers, that worked really well. And my mum was still, and me too, I was completely engaged with what was going on. And for my mum, that small group worked really well. But there was a stark difference in the degree. I mean, there on the computer, she was there in the moment and participated, but the feeling of collaborating on whatever they were doing was not quite the same. So the degree of stimulation obviously was not the same. But you know, it worked, and it kept the connection going. And it was something when I would say we're doing Raising the Curtain, or she'd say, "Are we going?" I'd say, "No, it's on the computer." She'd say, "Oh, okay." But once the people appeared on the screen, she engaged with them completely. So it was great that was able to carry on. But I'm so pleased that once everybody got back together again, that worked just so much better. But I'm glad it was able to continue.
And I'd also like to mention, I know they want to put this to an end, but I just want to mention that we did lose a few people that came to raise the curtain. And I just want to say that we admired them for their courage, and them being with us did make a difference in our lives.
Wow. Thank you, Joan. Thank you very much. Was there something you're going to say, Leagh?
Sorry, what Sandra was just talking about.
Well, we were talking about the pivot to Zoom.
So it was, being a computer genius, I haven't had my computer operating for a year, but I found even on the phone, what I found was it was difficult. We had shorter sessions because it was very difficult for Margaret to focus. And as we know, the abstract nature of things. In fact, what I'd recommend to all the caregivers, any caregivers out there, is take a bunch of pictures of people you know, because if I mention to Margaret Rolfe, she won't remember you, but when she sees you, so visual things are very important in terms of helping memory. And if you say something, well, this person, oh, I don't know who that is. And then, oh yeah, when you see them. So that visual stuff is still there, but the memory of who the person is in an abstract is gone. But I really appreciate it. I think you guys have done an amazing job. I've always felt very welcome with Margaret, and I miss many of the people. A brief note about Gary the other day, his wife Phyllis, before she died before Gary, and she made a wonderful full-length dress for Margaret, the first one Margaret's ever had. So there've been some wonderful contacts of all sorts, and the gifts that I've been given, that I give to others and we give to each other, they're beyond price.
Wow. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. It was quite a pivot to doing the Zoom, and I am so grateful that we can be in person now. I'm seeing by the clock on the wall that we're approaching our end.
Are there any more questions that have come in?
One more thank you to Vicky here by my side. If it wasn't for Vicky, I wouldn't have survived the journey. So I'd love to say how much I really appreciated you, Vicky.
It's been a journey for all of us, and the pivot to Zoom, I think, the way that people, it was such a change for all of us,
Leagh wants to interject.
I wanted to thank all the people here, and I'd also like to thank all the people that came out in the audience and are witnessing this and seeing this. It's so important to spread this information around, and I'm very grateful that you're there and taking this information and taking it out to the larger community. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we just have Chloe who's going to hop on in. What have you got there, Chloe?
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to fill you guys in. I've been working outside with our peer collaborators while you've been having your conversations in here, and they were feeling a little bit left out, I think. So we were having conversations out there, and we made some flags, and they had some messages that they wanted to share. I also want to thank everybody who's been watching. I had a beautiful comment come in from somebody watching online. It says, art relates to everyone, no matter where they are in their journey or what their personality is like. It's the great equalizer. So thank you to everybody who's been engaging with us and watching online.
Thank you. So in wrapping up this panel today, we want to thank you all, Cheri, Sandy, Leagh and Joan, for all your time and your contribution and your sincerity today, sharing about your experiences as care partners and exploring the role of projects like Raising the Curtain in forming meaningful care partnerships. We also want to like to express our sincere thanks and thanks to yourselves and all of the other care partners who were part of the project, for your support, your trust, and for coming on board for this journey together. So thank you. I think we'll hand back over, I think, to Live at Douglas and see what you're up to over there. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you. Oh, wow. That was such a rich hour of our lives. So I will echo all that gratitude, and I think I'm going to go and revisit all of this in the future, because you really gave us a lot to think about, and I hope we can continue this conversation. So thanks to everyone who's joining us online. We are going to take another short break, and we are going to come back with our third panel. We're also going to get another check-in at the flag making station. And this third panel is pretty exciting. We're going to take a kind of window look into one of our collaborations, the song that was created over the last year called Resistance Track, just looking at just a deeper dive into how that unfolded, and the kind of research collaboration. So I hope you can join us for that. There is also a special live performance in that. So please do stick around, and we will see you at, I believe it begins at 4:15, around 4:15. So we look forward to seeing you back. And to everyone at the Art Farm, thank you again. We'll see you in about 20, I don't know how long. We'll see you soon. Bye.
People say, oh, poor you.
I say, what's so poor about me?
People who want to know me have to know sometimes I blank.
It's the only life I've got. I don't want to sit and moan.
I am more at ease. I'm almost happier than I was.
Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience
Of living our lives
with dementia. We want to be seen for who we are and who we've been. We are more than dementia.
I think my generation's not going to take this lying down.
Love is at the center, that we use it, that we learn.
I try to stay connected.
Others take away the fear. So I'm making friends.
I feel included while I'm here.
Why
are we doing this?
Sharing our experience
Of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be
for
seen
who
we are and who we've been.
we are more than dementia. It's people say, oh, poor you.
I say, what's so poor about me?
People who want to know me have to know sometimes I blank.
It's the only life I've got. I don't want to sit and moan.
I am more at ease. I'm almost happier than I was.
Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience
Of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen for who we are and who dementia.
I think my generation's not going to take this lying down. Love is at the center, that we use it, that we learn.
I try to stay connected.
Others take away the fear. So I'm making friends.
I feel included while I'm here.
Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be on seen.
who we are and who we've been.
We are more than dementia.
It's important that I stand
And say what I mean. It's like I've lost control.
To someone else who wants to steer.
I think I need to learn to be creative with this year. I want to be with people
who are kind and loving and free.
Why are we doing this?
Sharing our experience
Of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen.
Who we are and who we've been.
We are more
than dementia. We need another word for dementia.
So
let's raise the curtain on dementia.
Yeah, folks. All right.
people say, oh, poor you.
I say what's so poor about me.
People who want to know me have to know sometimes I'm blind. It's the only life I've got. I don't want to sit and moan.
I am more at ease. I'm almost happier than I was.
Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience
of
living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen.
Who we are and who we've been.
We are more than dementia.
I think my generation's not going to take this lying down. Love is at the center, that we use it, that we learn.
I try to stay connected.
Others take away the fear. So I'm making friends.
I feel included while I'm here.
Why
are we doing this?
Sharing our experience of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be
On
seen.
who we are and who we've been.
We are more than dementia.
It's important that I stand
And say what I mean. It's like I've lost control.
To someone else who wants to steer.
I think I need to learn to be creative with this year. I want to be with people
who are kind and loving and free.
Why are we doing this?
Sharing our experience
Of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen.
Who we are and who we've been.
We are
more than dementia. We need another word for dementia.
So
let's raise the curtain on dementia.
Yeah, vote. All right.
People say, oh, poor you. I say, what's so poor about me? People who want to know me have to know sometimes I blank.
It's the only life I've got. I don't want to sit and moan.
I am more at ease. I'm almost happier than I was.
Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience of living our lives with dementia. We want to be seen for who we are and who we've been. We are more than dementia.
I think my generation's not going to take this lying down.
Love is at the center, that we use it, that we learn. I try to stay connected.
Other take away the fear. So I'm making friends.
I feel included while I'm here. Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience
of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen for who we are and who we've been. We are more than dementia.
It's important that I stand
and say what I mean. It's like I've lost control.
To someone else who wants to steer.
I think I need to learn to be creative with this year. I want to be with people
who are kind and loving and free. Why are we doing this?
Sharing our experience
of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen for
who we are and who we've been.
We are
more than dementia. We need another word for dementia.
So
let's raise the curtain on dementia.
Yeah, vote. All right.
people say, oh, poor you.
I say, what's so poor about me? People who want to know me have to know sometimes I blank.
It's the only life I've got. I don't want to sit and moan.
I am more at ease. I'm almost happier than I was.
Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience
of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen for who we are and who we've been. We are more than dementia.
I think my generation's not going to take this lying down.
Love is at the center, that we use it, that we learn. I try to stay connected.
Other take away the fear. So I'm making friends.
I feel included while I'm here. Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience
of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen for who we are and who we've been. We are more than dementia.
It's important that I stand
and say what I mean. It's like I've lost control.
To someone else who wants to steer.
I think I need to learn to be creative with this year. I want to be with people
who are kind and loving and free.
Why are we doing this?
Sharing our experience
of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen.
Who we are and who we've been.
We are more
than dementia. We need another word for dementia.
So
let's raise the curtain on dementia.
Yeah, folks. All right.
People say, oh, poor you.
I say, what's so poor about me?
People who want to know me have to know sometimes I blank.
It's the only life I've got. I don't want to sit and moan.
I am more at ease. I'm almost happier than I was.
Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience
of living our lives
with dementia. We want to be seen for who we are and who we've been. We are more than dementia.
I think my generation's not going to take this lying down.
Love is at the center, that we use it, that we learn.
I try to stay connected.
Other take away the fear.
So I'm making friends.
I feel included while I'm here.
Why are we doing this? Sharing our experience
of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen
For who we are and who we've been.
We are more than dementia.
It's important that I stand
and say what I mean. It's like I've lost control.
To someone else who wants to steer.
I think I need to learn to be creative with this year. I want to be with people
who are kind and loving and free.
Why are we doing this?
Sharing our experience
of living our lives with dementia.
We want to be seen
for who we are and who we've been.
We are
more than dementia. We need another word for dementia.
So
let's raise the curtain on dementia.
Yeah, folks. All right.
My brother King told me,
roll with the punches.
oh yeah,
Don't be such a wimp.
I guess the old saying is,
Oh yeah,
you got to play the game.
with the cards you are dealt, that's it.
Oh yeah, that's how it goes.
That's how it is.
Oh yeah.
What do you do?
You have to
accepted. My mother had the same thing, passed it down to me. Oh yeah, I'm not so grateful, but at least I'm happy. Oh yeah, so that's the way it goes. If I get crazier, let me know. That's how it goes. That's how it is. Oh yeah.
What do you do?
Have to accept it.
Having friends is so important.
I'm happier than I used to be. The more we stay involved, the better we're gonna feel.
Take a look at it.
All of us get out alive.
Oh no.
Gonna do what I wanna do. Gonna take my time.
Oh yeah.
It's in your face each morning. There's no reason to fight.
That's how it goes. That's how it is. Oh yeah.
What do you do?
Have to accept it.
I do feel included where I put in the time.
Oh yeah.
There's a sense of warmth, like a second home, alright.
Oh yeah.
You want to make it better? Try, 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 try.
That's how it goes. That's how it is. Oh yeah. What do you do? You have to accept it.
That's how it goes.
That's how it is.
Oh yeah. What do you do? You have to accept it.
That's how it goes.
That's how it is.
Oh yeah.
What do you do?
You have to accept it. That's how it goes. That's how it is. Oh yeah. What do you do? You have to accept it.
We sing this all the time here at home.
I love to read.
Good. That's the best important.
Don't expect too much.
Perfect.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah.
Memory's not like it was. Other than that, I'm fine. Everything else seems to be working not too badly.
I'm glad to hear it.
You want cookies first.
Where's the union break?
Yeah.
Where do I get my cookie?
Talk to Chad.
Yeah, we gotta get back to Christensen Village with all the goodies.
My tea.
Oh, tea time.
Oh, you mean we're not done?
No. Now it's time for the hard part.
I didn't hear you at all. I think you cut out there.
Okay, so give me just hang on a sec there. I'm going to use my cell phone here.
Oh, you sound great now.
Oh, we do? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
So
Okay, well, let's go again then.
Some of us get out alive.
Oh, some of us get out alive?
None of us.
Oh, okay.
Great too.
Unrehearsed.
Good.
Unrehearsed, I know. On the fly.
Amazing.
Okay.
Stitch it together and see what we get.
What?
Yeah.
That's a good ending.
Be serious. He's recording this, for heaven's sake.
That's all you got for me today?
That's it.
That's all we got. Do you want to see the website?
Hallelujah.
My brother he told me,
Roll with the punches.
oh yeah,
Don't be such a wimp.
I guess the old saying is, oh yeah, you got to play the game.
With the cards you are dealt, that's it.
Oh yeah, that's how it goes.
That's how it is.
Oh yeah,
What do you do?
you have to accept it.
My mother had the same thing. Pass it down to me. Oh yeah. I'm not so grateful, but at least I'm happy. Oh yeah. So that's the way it goes. If I get crazier, let me know.
That's how it goes. That's how it is.
Oh yeah, what do you do?
Have to accept it.
Having friends is so important.
I'm happier than I used to be. The more we stay involved, the better we're gonna feel.
Take a look at it.
All of us get out alive.
Oh no.
Gonna do what I wanna do. Gonna take my time.
Oh yeah.
It's in your face each morning. There's no reason to fight.
That's how it goes. That's how it is. Oh yeah.
What do you do?
Have to accept it.
I do feel included where I put in the time.
Oh yeah.
There's a sense of warmth, like a second home, all right.
Oh yeah.
You want to make it better? Try, 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 try.
That's how it goes. That's how it is. Oh yeah. What do you do? You have to accept it. That's how it goes.
That's how it is.
Oh yeah.
What do you do?
You have to accept it.
That's how it goes.
That's how it is.
Oh yeah.
What do you do?
You have to accept it. That's how it goes. That's how it is. Oh yeah. What do you
sing this all the time here at home.
I
Okay, we are back. We are back live with you here from the Douglas College campus in New Westminster. Thank you for joining us online and in person. A shout out to our audience that has stuck with us. Yes, yeah, this has been an incredible afternoon, and we're really looking forward to this last panel. I promise you that apart from right at the end, this is the second last time you'll have to look at my face. Yeah, applause for that. But before we go to this next panel, we want to do one last check-in with the flag making table, and two of our the flag makers are now on this panel. So we have new flag makers. So let me shoot it over to Anna and Taylor and Simran. It is now your show.
Hello. Yeah, so as Chad mentioned, we're replacing Rajan, Sarah May, and Tom. So we've been at the table now. And yeah, yes, these are new RAs on the project, so Taylor and Anna. So they will talk a little bit about some of the flags that we've been working on here.
Yeah, so the first one, my flag, I drew a butterfly. To me, they represent hope and lightness and transformation. And when we look at the RTC, I hope to learn more about dementia and the transformation that this project is doing. Another flag that stood out to me was this one here. It says smiles, happy, and laughed. And it just brought a smile to my face. And then Anna, what do you have over on your end?
Yeah, so I'm also brand new to the RTC, pretty new to therapeutic recreation as well as a third-year access student. So one of the things I've noticed most in my program so far is the importance of connection and how that leads to understanding and empathy. So this is one of the flags that mentions connection, but there's actually three that have the word connection. So there's connection and fun over here. And there's another one in the front there that has connection as well. So I feel like that relates to this flag here about inclusion, love, and equity. Connection can lead to all of these things, and I think that's really, really important. So I'll pass it back to Simran.
Yeah, so we'll continue working on these flags throughout the show, and yeah, we hope you guys can still throw us your ideas for different flags and throw your words, even from the live stream up in the chat, or text the number that was said earlier. And now we'll head back to the panel. So it'll be with Julia, Sarah May, Tom, and Rajan, and they'll take a little bit more of a deep look at one of the creative engagement projects that we've been working on. So yeah, I'll let you take it off, Julia, and
And you guys are doing a great job over there on all the flags, and it's so lovely to see the flags displayed around the room here. We have like several lines of flags now, and I see more at the art farm hanging behind. We have our friends there, our colleagues. So this panel is called Collaborative Research Meets Co-Creation, a window into raising the curtains emerging practice. So as you've heard earlier today and yesterday, we talked a lot about how this particular project is really unique in that it incorporates collaborative participatory research and creative engagement, and those are interwoven processes. And we have quite a large team involved in doing that, both human and non-human, as you can see over there at the art farm. And so we have representatives from the different areas of our team here today to talk to you, including the non-human, the beyond human side. So we're going to talk about this process. So first, we'll just take a moment to introduce ourselves, and then I will give you a little bit more information about what we're going to talk about today. So first of all, I'm Julia Henderson. I'm a postdoctoral researcher on the project.
And my background is in theater and performance, and I'm also an occupational therapist. So I kind of represent both the theater research and the healthcare sides.
Hi, I'm Sarah May. I'm one of the artists involved with Raising the Curtain, and I'm a theater artist as well, and a musician.
Hello, my name is Tom. I'm also an artist facilitator in the program, and yeah, I have a background in theater, mask, puppetry, and play music as well.
My name is Rajan. I'm a research assistant on the project, and I come from a social work background.
Thank you, Rajan. And if we can turn it over to you on the art farm to all introduce yourselves, that would be lovely.
Hi everyone. I'm Sandy Buck, and welcome to the art farm. So just before the panel started, our happy dog Sunny jumped in and decided to be part of the panel because she escaped the house. But the animals have been actually incredibly important in this process, especially over the times of COVID. So I think a lot of animals have showed up. But I'm one of the artists, and then beside me, Sunny, and then beside Sunny is Cheri. Yeah. Sunny and Cheri. Sunny, do you want to introduce yourself?
I would like to introduce the dog. My name is Margaret, and that's about it. I'm just an only person called Margaret. Nothing special.
I'm her partner, Joan.
Hello, Margaret and Joan, and hello, Sunny. And my name is Anya, and I'm a research manager on the project. I'm also part of the faculty at Douglas College in Therapeutic Recreation Department, as well as I'm a recreation therapist.
Margaret and Joan are representing our care partner, peer collaborators.
Thank you.
We're as much as we love the creative engagement of Sunny, I think Sunny is maybe going to take a little walk. But this really represents the spirit of the project and the improvisational nature. So thank you, and see you later, Sunny. So in this phase of the project, sort of from the new year on, or the fall in, we've had, we're calling this our most recent session. So we had 5 peer collaborator and care partner dyads involved this time, and they were working together in 3 different groups, and each group had artist facilitators working with them, as is our usual process. And they worked on a range of creative engagement activities that really emerged out of their interests. So in the earlier panels and yesterday, you heard some more examples and saw some more examples of other creative engagements. But today, what we'd like to do is take a real deep dive into just one example of the creative engagements that happened this session, and really explore what the process was in terms of both research and creative engagement to develop the particular example of the protest song. So we have Sarah and Tom, who are artist facilitators, who worked on that song. We have Joan and Margaret, who were collaborators in developing that song, and the research team as well, who was part of that whole process. So Sandy over on the art farm and I are going to kind of moderate today and ask questions of our panelists. So before we go any further and kind of dive into exploring that process, we wanted to play the protest song again for everyone. So if we could cue that up now, and we'll see the video of our protest song.
You ready? Here we go.
3, 4. It's the little things, I'm living my own way. Out in the garden, staying at home today. We fought the power, we took back the night, passed laws against pollution, supported women's rights. Chorus! What's
What are you fighting for? All species and all spaces, even up the score. All ways of stating truth, all forms of pushing back. What are you gonna choose? Sing your resistance track. If I was a younger me, I'd tie myself up to a tree. I'd stand before the pipeline, I'd bodyguard the bees. Extinction rebellions, bodies on the land, crossing over the line, reaching out your hands to the bridge we filled with water for the birds to bathe in. It's a friendship statue, a people celebrating dogwood mother's favorite, fuchsias from next door, bees on dandelions, early hellebore. Chorus! What's your passion? What are you fighting for? All species and all spaces, even up the score. All ways of stating truth, all forms of pushing back. What are you gonna choose? Sing your resistance track. Next verse. Just getting together is an act of protest. Yes! Against the isolation. Sharing we are blessed. Reaching over fences. Speaking a little truth. Listening to our elders. Lifting up our youth. Chorus! What's your passion? What are you fighting for? All species and all spaces, even up the score. All ways of stating truth, all forms of pushing back. What are you gonna choose? Sing your resistance track. Again! Sing your resistance track. One more time! Sing your resistance track.
Okay, thank you so much. And Sandy, I think you had some questions.
Well, we were having a lot of fun singing along. And Joan, Margaret, you were singing so wonderfully. How did it feel to see that song? Or
I thought we were very clever. Thanks to Sarah and Tom, of course. But yeah, we came over quite well. I liked it.
Margaret, is there any feelings or thoughts that come after seeing the song or hearing the song and having us singing together?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to be together. It's really good to be together. So, and I got my two people, Joan and I, in the middle, which is good because Joan usually tells me that I'm doing it all wrong. I'm not telling you, Joan, that's not right. I like to tease Joan.
Thank you. I think you're giving a great demonstration of the wonderful sense of humor that is so much a part of this project. So I wanted to ask Tom and Sarah now. So we've talked about how the creative engagements have been inspired by the research. Could you tell us a bit about what the original question or research theme was that you were working with in this session?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I could take that one, Tom. We were given a new theme by the researchers of social change and social justice. And well, Tom and I thought about that and went, it's interesting that our little Zoom group, our Zoom pod got that one. And so we wondered why and thought about, well, we had done the previous project that we had worked together with Joan and Margaret, and also our friends Tegan and her mother Marguerite, was making these comic strips, stories, adventures of Margaret and Marguerite's lives. And they came out of the conversations that when Rajan was our RA and we were meeting the year before on Zoom in 2020. These stories were back and forth. Margaret and Marguerite would trade these wonderful stories from their lives. And we just, well, the three of us were kind of in awe saying, oh, look, Anya's holding up a panel there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they have
We
some
can
of
see
The comic panels.
comic panels, yeah. Yeah. And so, and basically these comic panels and the adventures that we documented this way are exploring themes of social justice and social change, and Margaret and Marguerite standing up for things that they believed in and being brave leaders. And so we thought maybe we could dive into that a little bit more. And
That's why we think we got the theme, but we don't really know. Because it comes from Oz.
Well, Anya, how did you actually come up with that theme, your team?
Yeah, Anya, could you tell us a bit more about the process of collecting data and how from the data we collected, the research team came up with themes?
Thank you for your question, Julia. And yes, I'm happy to take a couple of minutes to provide a brief overview of the process of data collection in the project. So I'm going to be speaking about research for about 2 minutes, and it's not as engaging as the song that we just heard, so just heads up. We began data collection by engaging peer collaborators, including Margaret, who is here with us, in an open discussion about aspects of their lived experience of dementia that really mattered to them. Through this conversation, we identified, so that was at the very beginning of our project 5 years ago. And through this conversation, through this initial conversation, we identified 7 broad themes, including themes such as receiving a diagnosis of dementia, community and relationships, having a voice, and experiences within healthcare. These initial themes then became focus of a series of engagement workshops. And during these workshops, during all our workshops, art activities were interwoven with our discussion focused on lived experiences. The discussions were audio recorded, then they were transcribed, and then they were coded by the research team. So what emerged from the analysis process of the initial conversations was a code book, a collection of codes, diverse codes that closely represented both the language that was used in our discussions by the project peer collaborators, and also they captured the essence of what was being shared during our sessions. Furthermore, we drew on this code book to shape both the focus and the content of the subsequent following creative engagement workshops. For example, we incorporated quotes from the code book to inspire art activities. As well, we used the quotes to stimulate further discussions on the topics that the peer collaborators mentioned in our sessions. So peer collaborators' quotes were used as a foundation of various creative activities, such as performative arts, visual art activities, and literary forms. The goal of this cyclical process of gathering and incorporating data back into our processes was twofold. First, it deepened our understanding of lived experience of dementia that peer collaborators were sharing with us. And it also helped us to stimulate conversation and discover together new ways of expressing, representing, and sharing those experiences that people were sharing with us. In regard specifically to a theme of social justice, which was a topic of the workshop that Sarah May and Tom co-facilitated, and Joan and Margaret took part in and wrote this beautiful song that we just heard. This particular theme emerged later in our data analysis process. We noticed that there was a connection between codes and themes that were emerging in our discussions and what we were learning from other dementia advocates about social citizenship within the context of dementia. So the concept of social citizenship really opens up the conversation about people living with dementia, having opportunities for growth, having oneself recognized in a more holistic way, just beyond their diagnosis, and also being able to participate as an active agent in your own life. At that point, we realized that strong peer collaborators' emphasis in our project on the topics of advocacy, agency, and importance of being heard deserved more explorations. And this transition allowed us to work at an intersection of individual experiences of living with dementia and more broader understanding of dementia from more of a human rights perspective. So this is how we came up with the theme of social citizenship, and really in combination with what we were hearing from Margaret and Joan in the conversations with Tom and Sarah May. And that led to a further exploration of that topic. So I hope that sums it up. I hope it wasn't too long. Everybody is still awake.
That was great. That's great, Anya. Thank you so much for that insight. Sandy, I see you pick up the mic. Did you have a question you wanted to ask?
Oh,
at this
actually,
moment?
all of this stimulates many questions. And I'm just in awe, actually. I'm looking at these panels, and the theme that we talk about of social change is so strong in your lives, and I just think it's important that that really. Well, I'd like to go back to Tom and Sarah about the process, because it's not as simple as, oh, we're going. Well, is it as simple as writing a song, Tom and Sarah? How did this just come together? I feel being an artist, I know it didn't come that way, but I'm wondering if we could dive a little deeper into some of the conversations that maybe Margaret and Joan can add to. So, do you want to question?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I wanted to say, first of all, I want to say thanks to Trent, who edited that video quite quickly, mostly off that one session. It looks really great. And that Rajan was also, which isn't just our RA, she was there for all of our meetings for quite a long time. And we'd have discussions after and decide what to do next week, and often just meet on our own. And so we're all equal parts in this. Another thing I wanted to mention before I get to your question is something Sarah and I talked about earlier today was, well, how did we do it? How did this even work? Part of it was when we made this, the song was made after we made the transition to Zoom, as were those comic strips. And that wouldn't have happened if we hadn't have had the years before of connecting and building trust and knowing each other. So we were asking ourselves today, one of the questions is how did you connect? And we really connected by connecting. And one thing Sarah brought up is our meetings were really fun and funny. And we just talked for 20 minutes or 25 minutes about dogs or tea or the garden or the weather or how everyone was doing. And then at some point, Margaret would go, okay, what are we doing? And we'd have to get down to business. As far as the song, Sarah actually had the idea. Do you want to talk about that?
Oh, just that because Tom and I had written songs before using the data that the researchers had been compiling, and we had just drawn text and put together verses for songs that we made back in 2020 for that. For this project. This time we thought that it would be a lot more fun to do it together, to generate lyrics and be more conscious about doing a collaborative song. And well, we knew that Joan and Margaret, you love to sing, you sing in your choir. And when we started, we also asked everyone, what are songs that mean something to you? And Joan and Margaret, you sang for us a beautiful song, Sister, Let Me Be Your Servant. That was a gorgeous song. Thank you for sharing that.
That's our favorite.
Yeah. Your favorite. Yeah. I understand that was played at your wedding. Is that right?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Mm.
And we're going to have it at
Yeah.
our funerals too.
Good.
Let's play it sometime in between.
I was gonna say another element was finding something that we all like to do. We tried drawing, but you all weren't that keen on that. So we're like, They like to sing. They're happy to write. So
Yeah, we did a number of writing exercises as well that fed into generating the lyrics. And they're a combination of different subjects. But one thing that we did often is get folks, because Margaret and Joan, you have a beautiful garden at your place. And Marguerite has a beautiful garden as well. We would get you to sometimes go out and take photographs and bring them back, or just to go stand on your deck or just go out to your garden, go away from the camera or the Zoom for 5 minutes and we say, bring back 3 things that you see.
Maybe at this moment, before you go into more depth, could you tell us a bit about your gardens, Joan and Margaret? Tell us about your love of gardening or about the garden that you have.
Home in Roberts Creek, and it was a huge house, but we got to the point where we couldn't manage it anymore. So we were going into a new house that we have now in West Seashore, and I loved all my plants. So I thought, well, I can't go without the ones I love the most. So I took cuttings from my Bramley apple tree and from all my plants. I took them and planted them when I knew I was leaving. And I got a neighbor to bring them over to the new house, and now they're all thriving in my new garden. So that was a very hard time for me, because being British, we don't like change. So to leave behind my house and my garden was almost too much to ask. But it was the right move to make at that time. But the garden is I've always cherished my garden, and it looks lovely. It looked lovely this spring because it rained so much I couldn't get out there to spoil it, and it looked absolutely perfect. It did. Weeds as well. All the weeds look lovely, and so did the plants. Yeah.
I didn't know what a hellebore was until I saw this video. So that was, what's early hellebore is a plant?
Yes. I think that was in.
Yeah, I think that was one of the plants from
Marguerite's garden, wasn't it? The hellebore. Yeah.
Yeah. She talked about that. That was the first one that bloomed in the year that they'd always look for.
Too bad that Michael and Marguerite couldn't be here today with us, but we did see them on the film, so that was lovely.
Yeah, it was.
So could you tell us a little bit more about how you used the inspiration of gardening and how that wove into the song in the end?
Well, one of the writing exercises that we were doing was something that we call cut-ups. Tom, you could probably talk a little bit more about that. But just to also say that we ended up doing cut-ups of different things, like the conversations about the what are you fighting for, the social justice angles, as well as the garden, and cutting them up together. But maybe Tom, if you could tell us a little bit more about the cut-up process.
Sure. Cut up is kind of a beat poetry era, just style of making poetry. We often write a lot of free, just do a bunch of free writing and start chopping it up with scissors and rearrange it, type of thing. So yeah, like Sarah was saying, we would get these folks to observe their garden, sometimes just make some notes of things that they saw or write little poems about it. And we just sort of collected the stuff out over a while. And I don't actually remember when we got the idea to kind of mash the two things together, but there is something about the garden and the observations and the sort of natural world connected with, protest songs can be, sometimes they can be quite boring, or they can be, kind of intense and kind of hard. And there's something about that really softens it. It's a nice weave, I think.
And I think we had a slide of the cut-ups, didn't we? Do we have that slide? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
there. Do you want to just maybe describe that, Tom or Sarah, a little bit?
Sure. So you see that we'd get, for instance, Margaret would write and Joan would write, and then they cut them up and then rearrange together to create different orders of things. And it's kind of, it allows for surprise and discovery when you sort of, especially when you put two things that maybe you wouldn't think of writing together, all of a sudden are together. It allows your imagination to kind of open up and you see over here, one sec. If you see over on the far side, the typed words, those are some of the lyrics that we were already assembling. And then even they too could continue to get chopped up and moved around until there was an order that we all kind of felt right about.
I think there's something good to mention here about the nature of the project is that we didn't give assignments. Like anything that we worked on, we all did it together. So we would all go off and write a poem. We would all come in with an idea of a song that we liked.
We didn't want to put you too much in the hot seat.
Well, it's
Joan
just
and
the
Margaret.
nature of it is collective enterprise, right? That we're all kind of creating and figuring it out and making mistakes together.
If I might interject, I think
That's
Tom,
great.
when you first asked us about the road we were on with the garden and other things, and Margaret's background and Marguerite's of social justice was so similar that the song was easier to write because they were of two minds. Their social activity was different, but of the same ilk. And so I think they were a perfect combination. And when they first met at the at Christensen Village, when the first weeks of the program, they just took to each other, didn't you, Marguerite and Michael? And they were instant friends for the last 4 years. So it was a beautiful, beautiful thing. Yeah.
Joan, you mentioned that Margaret and Marguerite had this background of being advocates or activists. Would you like to tell us a bit more about you and Margaret's experiences with protesting or activism or social justice in the past?
Because my memory's terrible. It really is.
Well, Margaret was a nurse and she came out to BC to become a nurse at Lionsgate. And I don't want to embarrass the people in the room, but both of us have had mastectomies. And Margaret came here and she had trouble with her prostheses. And in those days, you had to go to a drugstore and there was a male owner of the drugstore most times. It'd take you into some grubby little back room and fit you with something and was totally like threw it in the room because he didn't want to be there with you. And Margaret was so disgusted by the behavior of what they were doing with women with mastectomies that she said, because she couldn't get a job at Lionsgate, she said, okay, I'm going to do something better for the women that have this problem. And that's when the chrysalis, which is the opening of the butterfly, was formed, Margaret's idea, of course, with her brother's help. She opened her first store in North Vancouver, Lower Lonsdale, and made it look like a real fashionable shop for any woman to come in with swimsuits and all sorts.
What do you mean make it real? It was really good.
Okay, I meant real for people to come in and admire. You didn't line boxes up on the wall like the drugstore did. You make it look very pleasant. And then she formed a group called Bosom Buddies, and that was for women with mastectomies, and she'd leave her shop open for night time and they'd all come in and we'd get together, and that morphed into bathing suit. We put on shows for bathing suits, and we formed something like Raise the Curtain. We formed this women's organization for women with breast cancer so that they could come and feel good in a store. And then it morphed after that into lots of other things. But I think by not getting that job at Lionsgate, a lot of women in BC certainly got better treated for that problem. Yeah. So she really was a good Samaritan.
I would say a hero, honestly.
Thank you so much for that. Go ahead, Sandy.
Yeah,
Did you have
thank you. So we've had so many conversations over the years, and something that has been so important, because you get into these sessions and you share so much information and beautiful stories. To actually have them in an artistic form is imperative to help us remember. But also, what's really important is to have that amazing research assistant like Rajan, who really brought in that inclusion. She watching. So Rajan, I'm going to put it to you. We had this great conversation when we were discussing how to put this panel together, and how if you could share your views of the flow of the river. You gave this beautiful. If I throw that to you.
Yeah, it's been a real honor to work with people like yourselves, Joan and Margaret, as well as Tom and Sarah. And, like I take a lot of field notes in these sessions, and everything is recorded. So it's very easy for me to just write down the time, and I can go back and get the quote in full later. So I don't bother you guys by asking you to repeat things. But what I've noticed while working with you all is the creative process, in my words, is really, it's very much about being present, and it's about play. And what I've noticed with Tom and Sarah May is they are so grounded in the present and in this idea of play. It's like a stream where you can drop rocks in, you can make obstacles, but eventually the water will find its way through. So sometimes I've witnessed you guys have a brilliant idea, and it'll involve generally drawing or something. And then Margaret will be like, well, I'm no artist. But somehow Margaret and Tom, but Sarah May and Tom are able to get Joan and Margaret to eventually get on board or to do something else. They're like water, and they'll find their way through. And much like water, you just kind of have to have faith and trust that it will eventually find its way to its destination. And they always have. Every single artist on the team has always found their way to the destination. And it's been like a beautiful journey to observe and also try to document.
Nice. Yeah.
That's lovely. And I'd love to come back to that in just a moment. But Rajan, I wonder if you could just tell us a little bit more about what it's meant to you to be involved. You've graduated now, but you were a student research assistant on the project. So what did that mean to you, and what did you sort of learn or get out of this project?
Well, there's definitely the practical skills, the research skills, like sharpening of all sorts of like the lit reviews, the environmental scans that we've done, the helping to write articles, even those types of things are really rooted in the academics, but great skills to have. But the other things that I don't really think those skills I would have developed anywhere else are things like curiosity, play, being present, which is something that the peer collaborators have taught me. So yourself, Margaret, Joan, Marguerite, Tegan, like Margaret G, like everyone has been a great teacher in how to remain present and as someone whose mind works a million miles a minute and is always worried about something, it's been really refreshing to have like an hour and a half in the week where I'm just present with you. And I've learned that so much can come from that time, and you can learn so much if we're able to focus. And it takes practice, and play also takes practice. It's hard to put yourself out there, and when Sarah May and Tom make you sing, it can be difficult, or when Chad makes us play with an energy ball that doesn't really exist. These are difficult things, but they take practice. And I think in the end, you learn, sounds cheesy, but you learn about yourself. But you also learn, how to connect with one another in a different space. And it's been great.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Rajan. I think, let's give Rajan a clap. Thank you. Rajan, you mentioned some things like presence and curiosity. And I know these are some of the kind of principles or approaches that the team has had. And I wondered, Sarah and Tom, or anyone else, if you have any further reflections on those kind of principles or approaches that are really important, the things that are really important to your approach.
I think something that came up in the last panel that Rolf kept mentioning was community and connection, and just that over time there's just genuine love in our group. It's really, there's nothing else to it. And so the creative engagement is just, it's just so natural, and we're just going to find something that we like to do eventually. So we don't even really worry about it anymore. Like when I think it was last month, I had to do a different project in Seashell, and then stayed the night at Sandy and Chad's, and then we had a thing the following day. But the night before, I went to see Tegan and Michael, who he's married to Marguerite, the rest of our group. And I've been seeing Tegan, we've both been seeing Tegan, all of us on Zoom for a couple of years. I'd never seen her in real life. And it was quite emotional. And it was also like, yeah, it's like, we've never seen each, she said, I said, isn't it weird that we've never actually seen each other in person? And she said, I know, but it's kind of like we're family.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
I wanted to say something a little bit about the rolling with it, or just the being present and accepting what is. And Margaret, you always remind us you have to keep laughing, and I love that. I love that. And I was just reflecting about the interpretation of social change that we went with our song, and that we went with in our conversations. I wonder if one maybe predicted or tried to predict what we might have come up with for social change with a group that's all about dementia. Well, and again, Margaret, I'm going to say that I remember you saying that, well, we've got dementia, that's that. Now what? Now what else, right? Get on with it. And that the issues that we discussed are very relevant to everyone here in the world alive right now, the environment. What are we going to do? Like all these things. And it was great to have those discussions with you. I really appreciated those.
Well, I've heard an awful lot of things about me, which is very nice. A lot of it is kind of, you're making it really good. But I've got somebody next to me that without that.
Margaret's had a fantastic day today. She's laughed herself silly with the other girls that we meet from Raise the Curtain, and coming into a serious conversation, she has gone very serious. So she might be a little tearful at this point.
You created a flag?
Yeah.
What?
You created a flag?
A flag. Well, if it hadn't been for Joan, it would have been tough.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I think you're really just expressing like the strength of the love, not only amongst, very strongly felt between you and Joan, but also the love that's embraced by the whole group, and how much that's been central to the project. I know there was a quote in one of the productions that said, "We're dealing with love, and that's at the center of everything." And that's really been central to this project, to really hold space for that love. And I think, the many creative engagements beyond this specific one have really opened up opportunities and created space to share love and to share presence and playfulness and openness. And that is so valuable to all of us within the project. I just wanted to turn back to Tom and Sarah for a moment, as we all recover from that just beautiful emotional moment. There were some other aspects of the song that I think might be really interesting for audiences to hear about. I wondered if maybe, Tom, you could reflect on how some of the rhythms and the choices about the song came out of the interests of our peer collaborators.
Yeah, definitely the chorus and that whole kind of the reggae beat in the chorus came because we asked what protest songs were, inspirational to all of our collaborators, and Marguerite said "Get Up, Stand Up" by Bob Marley, and she also said that she used to sing it to her daughter as a lullaby at night, which I think is so cute. So and I think we just spontaneously started singing it over Zoom at that time, and so that's why the chorus sounds like that and feels like that.
Mm-hmm. And the song that you sang, Margaret and Joan, "Sister, Let Me Be Your Servant," is that how it went? Did I get that right?
Yes.
Do you want to sing it for us? Is that too much?
Yeah, no, but it was a good collaboration. I don't know whether it's serendipity or whether there's a magic in the air, but to get Rose and Tom with Margaret and Tegan, originally it was Marguerite and Michael. I thought the combination of all of us was really wonderful, and the spirits move in wonderful ways, and get those people together, and especially we are not artistic in any shape or form, so Tom to get me to draw was like a miracle. Go out in the garden and get this and that was wonderful, but I was challenged quite a bit during those weeks that we were on Zoom. But if it wasn't for Zoom, we would have been quite lonely. We were isolated, really. And other than going to, when it was really shutdown time, other than going to the stores for groceries, Margaret didn't go out at all because, although if I went down, I don't know what we would have done. But it was those meetings on Zoom, which, I wasn't very tech-minded, but we got to do it, which was wonderful. And we thank you very much, Tom, and you, Sarah.
Thank you. We thank you too.
I just want to add, Joan, you should definitely thank yourself. I know that learning Zoom and dealing with the internet problems and bearing with us was a lot of work, but you did a fabulous job. And without you, we wouldn't be able to connect.
Yeah, I just wanted to also say that I feel like that the lyrics, some of the lyrics reflect obviously the time that we were in, because staying out in the garden, staying at home today, says the song. And that was our reality, all of us. And so part of the theme, I think, is celebrating what and whom you have around you. And for us, it was you over Zoom.
Joan, just a minute ago, you mentioned that you're not artists, but I wondered if you and Margaret wanted to comment on, do you think this kind of creative work, what do you think about it for people who don't consider themselves artists or musicians? Is this still valuable work for anyone?
Yeah, I think, I could have said, no, I'm not going to do it and walk away. But I thought, them not bothering what it looked like, or just try. And I'm always willing to just try. And even when we went down to Christensen Village, when they first did the program, one of the people that were participating at the time was an artist, and he taught me how to draw a rose, and it was quite nice. And I colored it in, and I was absolutely thrilled, thinking I could actually do that because I don't have that side of the brain at all. And so Tom pushed me into doing a lot more than I would have done normally, because I'm not a creative type at all. So thank you, Tom. I know I was a challenge to you on occasion. But yes, we did well.
Great. I wanted to wrap back to research for just a moment to mention that another way that we kind of cycle back to research is we sometimes have engaged in in-depth performance analysis of the various performances that we have done. So we haven't done that yet with this performance because this is new, but in the past, some of the other performances like Managing the Unknown and Backstage Pass, we did a performance analysis to discuss how those performances really challenged more traditional negative narratives around dementia and how they worked to maybe reshape or reimagine some of our cultural understandings of dementia. And some of that analysis have been published in book chapters and research articles. So that's another way that we kind of continued the cycle of research and creative engagement. Sandy, do you have anything you want to?
Well, something on the research. Research is just like life, and our cells are constantly evolving, like coming to life and then dying, and then new cells are growing from that. And just in the conversation that we had outside, you shared some information about just even the word dementia itself needs to be well, we need to change that word. and Margaret is somebody who is, and I don't even want to put that word on you anymore because of the conversation that we've had. So I feel like already our research that has been so integral to get to this space now is already needing to, I think, be upgraded from Margaret's perspective. Yeah, and that means we have to do another 5 years of grant writing. But so much in what was shared, and Tom, you mentioned the love in the room, and definitely as one of the artist coordinators or the artist facilitators, it's that sense of trust, and in that sense of trust, you have the opportunity to open up and try those things. And I've never seen a braver group than the people that we've collaborated with in the past 5 years. This isn't actually a question, so I did have a question.
Yeah. Maybe I can. Would it be okay if I jump in here?
Yes.
Or did you have a question, Sandy? Sorry, I couldn't talk.
Go ahead, Julia. No, it's all good.
Sure. I wondered if we can maybe go around at this point and ask people if they have any final thoughts that come up about the interwoven processes of research and creation and how that's been for them. So maybe I could start with Tom and Sarah. Do you have any final thoughts or things you want to share about the creative engagement process that you were involved in? Any things that you think the audience really might want to know or that you haven't shared yet?
Well, something that's important, I think, in any creative process is to start to create limitations as you get more concrete about what it is, what your project is going to be. And well, that can sometimes be a challenge for artists to just choose the one thing or whatever. So it's quite natural and delightful to work with researchers who are collating the data and handing it back to you and reflecting. And then we can go, okay, I can use this and I can use that. And then therefore, I think it becomes a bit of a happy feedback loop, because then they'll go, oh, it's interesting that you do that. So
nice. Thank you. What about Anya? Oh, did you? Sorry, Tom, go ahead.
Quickly,
Yeah.
One of the things I read in sort of little précis about what we were going to talk about today asked about if we had conversations about how we're going to, approach this. That's the latest thing that we worked on. And I thought that's really interesting because we didn't really have conversations with it. I think the thing is we just tried stuff as opposed to talking about it, right? Which can be a real thing, especially, if you're in a creative process. You can spend 2 weeks of your grant sitting around a table talking about what you're going to do. And another thing that came up today was mentioned. Trouty said that she wanted to study clown. I've done a lot of that kind of thing, and it's 100%. I just think it's really prescient of her and where she was at, that's what she wanted to do, because it's 100% about being present. Like a 3-year-old is at play. And I don't mean childish, I mean like childlike, totally focused, full imagination, just ready to go there, right? That's really, I know, a huge value for a bunch of us. And try something. If it doesn't work, just like you said about water, flow into something else, right? And just be there, just be together.
Yeah.
Maybe we can turn to Rajan and Anya now. Do either of you have any final thoughts about the research process or the interwoven processes of research and creation that you'd like to mention? Anything that you haven't had a chance to share yet? Anya?
Sure. Yes, I would like to echo a lot what has been said mentioned by Margaret, Joan, and Rajan, as well as Tom and Sarah May, that about being present. I think coming from the more research lens, my tendency would be to have a more prescribed approach, to have a more structured approach to our sessions. So I think being part of the creative engagement that was incorporated from our team meetings to our creative engagement session, it really forced me to be more in the moment and trusting the process. It allowed me to be more present and I think ultimately more vulnerable. So putting myself more in a more vulnerable space, which that's what we were asking all the collaborators, to step out of our comfort zones and allow ourselves to be challenged and be vulnerable. Yeah. Would you like to comment on that, Margaret?
Very good at talking about this.
No.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
I think Margaret's had a happy day, a very long but happy day, and she's a little tired. So if you want to get into the mood with Margaret, you have to have a joke. If you've got a good joke to tell her, if you've got a good joke, she's with you. But she's had a busy day today.
Yeah. Yes, I think that also reminds me that importance of the sense of humor that everybody brought, the positive energy that you shared with us, and jokes were priceless. So that really made I think for me, it made those days that we were gathering together.
That's what makes my days.
Oh.
When I can feel that I can laugh.
Oh.
And laugh.
So we are really alike in that way.
This guy.
Yeah. Thank you.
She's been with me for years and years and years, and I don't know how I would have made it.
And I think you point out another really great point, Anya, that is so important to this project, is just really thinking about time and how long, creating space and time, but also being aware of people's experience of time and when they're getting tired and when they're getting fatigued and when it's time to wrap things up. And on that note, I think people are starting to feel the end of a long day here. So if I could now, I'll just open it to the audience to see if there's maybe 1 or 2 questions, and then we have a final little performative moment for everyone.
I'd just like to make a comment that I don't think you could have closed this conference, these 2 days, with a better workshop with Anya and Joan and Margaret and Sandy and Rajan and Tom and Sarah and Julia. It was really interesting listening to you speak. You did a wonderful job facilitating, and wonderful job everybody that responded. But I think for me, what it did, it really gave me a creative insight into some of the Zoom sessions that, at Christensen Village, we were physically together so we could see them and experience them. And we knew, Zoom sessions are going on, but today you made it feel like we were present at that Zoom session. And it also, with the song, the Resistance song, it almost feels like, when you watch a movie and you realize at the end of the movie, there's going to be a sequel. Listening to you talk about the Zoom and then the Resistance song, it feels like the lead into a sequel of the Raising the Curtain project. Chad, so get at it.
Thank you.
What are they?
Are there any other questions that come up? There's one question back there. Let's take one question and then we'll move on to our.
I'm going back to that, not a loop, but maybe a spiral that goes between the creative engagement and feeding that into the research for analysis and then coming back. And I'm interested, like you're very experienced artists and you've done a lot of work, but here's another layer to that. And Sarah May, you touched on that by saying, how you felt that helped in that process because it was being narrowed down to certain choices. But I'm also interested in thinking you're having these experiences with the collaborators and then you feed all of that into the researchers and then they do their magic and they analyze and they, produce they record, they transcribe, they do the analysis, the codes, the themes and all of that. And okay, no, this is the theme for next session. So I'm interested in how did that feel? Did it still feel as it was coming from the sessions? And were you able to work with that, like feeling it was coming really from there and it was your own?
I'll start to answer that. Yeah, yes, absolutely. I felt, again, because we got the theme that felt so connected to the project that we had just finished, it really did feel like a natural focus for our group to continue with and have an opportunity to do something different. We did the drawing and the coloring and the recording of the storytelling. And then we thought that we would try a song too, because I thought like, oh, social change, music. Yeah, let's make a protest song. So yes, it felt very, very natural in terms of
organic.
Tom, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it was quite organic, the process. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Tom. Margaret just wanted something to say.
Yeah.
So I hate to interrupt, but Margaret.
Please. Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening a lot, and it's a. It's okay. We got you. We got you. I get a bit now emotional, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Joan.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know I've said it
And
twice. It was really rough for Joan. She was so important, and we got along so well, and we've just been partners, haven't we?
Yes, it's been a great team.
Yes, we've been a great team, and we're still alive, and we
we're
still
happy.
fight, and we still laugh, and we're still happy.
Yeah.
And I think that's. So I pass this night
No,
back.
it's important.
It is very important. I mean, the number of years, and I mean, there's some times when we don't really get along that well.
Because I've scripted this, Margaret has to say it.
But anyway, I'm really lucky. I'm really lucky, and I'm still alive, and I'm in my 80s, and I'm still going. Anyway.
We are really lucky to have
Thank
you here
you.
with us today.
What's that?
We are really lucky to have you with us today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you so
I
much,
think you
Margaret.
just.
And I think it's so important in this 5 years. What you have taught us is so important to be in the moment and to allow when the words come. It is important to allow those words to be spoken. And Trouty taught us that in that waiting. Sometimes she would say, "I have something to say," and it would take maybe 10 seconds. And it's as people who hold space, it's important to receive so that they can give. And thank you so much, Margaret. Back
Thank
to you,
so
Tom.
much. So I think at this point, we'll wrap up the discussion part. So thank you, everyone, Rajan, Tom, Sarah May, Sandy, Margaret, Joan, Anya. It's been a wonderful discussion. And we have a moment now for everyone to engage in a little creativity. We're going to all sing the Resistant track together. So Tom has got his guitar here, and we're going to put the slide up now with the lyrics. And your convenience, Tom, please lead us together in this as our final moments of the session, the couple of days.
I just want to say, Art Farm team, we have to mute you because of the limitations of Zoom, but
yeah.
please sing along out there.
And we will see you at some points in time. So you will be partially on camera, just so you know.
Oh, cool.
So even if it puts you out of your comfort zone, you have to sing.
All right, everyone.
You ready?
Yeah, sure. Here we go. It's the little things, I'm living my own way. Out in the garden, staying at home today. We fought the power, we took back the night, passed laws against pollution, supported women's rights. To the chorus, what's your passion? What are you fighting for? All species and all spaces, even up the score. All ways of stating truth, all forms of pushing back. What are you gonna choose? Sing your resistance track. Second verse. If I was a younger me, I'd tie myself up to a tree. I'd stand before the pipeline, I'd bodyguard the bees. Extinction rebellions, bodies on the land, crossing over the line, reaching out your hand. Reach, we fill it with water for the birds to bathe in. It's a friendship statue, people celebrating. Dogwood mother's favorite, fuchsias from next door, bees on dandelions, early hellebore. What's your passion? What are you fighting for? All species and all spaces, even up the score. All ways of stating truth, all forms of pushing back. What are you gonna choose? Sing your resistance track. Last verse. Just getting together is an act of protest against the isolation. Sharing, we are blessed. Reaching over fences, speaking a little truth. Listening to our elders, lifting up our youth. What's your passion? What are you fighting for? All species and all spaces, even up the score. All ways of stating truth, all forms of pushing back. What are you gonna choose? Sing your resistance. That line again. Sing your resistance track. One more time. Sing your resistance track.
Okay, yes, it's me again. I am just kind of overwhelmed. This has been an overwhelming day. So much has gone into this, and I really, myself personally, couldn't have asked for more in terms of the just the dialogue, the honesty, and the presence, the being present. So I just want to thank everyone who was involved in this event, everyone who's involved in this project. Way too many people to list. So we have actually got a short film. It's 5 years and 5 minutes, and it also covers all of our thank yous. So we're gonna send you out with that. It does bring us back to this song, but I can't get sick of this song, to be honest. So I think that's great. And so I just want to say thank you again to everyone who joined us online, to everyone who joined us here. Yeah. To everyone at the Art Farm, Margaret and Joan, and all the collaborators and partners that, yes, thank you. So, so long, everyone. We'll see you soon, I hope.
Slowly disappear under the surface of the water, and where it still sits today.
It's like it's riding on the wave. Okay. Yeah.
You're here for today, and if you wake up tomorrow, that's today.
Ready, everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that's what I was handed.
And that's what I was handed. So you do the best you can.
I think we're just as important as we always were. Does that make sense, Doc?
It's just a phase of life. I choose to be happy again.
Okay, there we go. I don't hear you yet.
Hi, I don't know how to get my camera going. It's weird.
You guys.
If you go down to the bottom left, what are some ideas people are kind of have around what we could do? Give me some ideas.
Now that we're all kind of stuck in our homes for now, how do we engage with people? So I'm trying this new technique that I like.
Engage with people by listening to them, talking to them, and watching them if you
Yeah.
if you can do all of that, if you can hear them, if you speak with them and you can see them, that's perfect.
Yeah.
And grab it from me?
Okay, just a minute here.
Yeah, just
there.
Oh, you got it. Phew, you got it. Now what are you going to do with the ball? How is that ball going to change with you?
I'm going to change it. Okay, I'm going to bounce it a little bit and give the bounce to you.
Oh, I don't know. This drives me crazy.
Come on, there's no right or wrong. It's a
No,
bit
I know.
Exactly.
Do you want to hold it up and show Sarah?
You got it? There?
Wildfire major isolating destroyed. Awesome. I'm going to write it down.
Okay.
No way he's gonna even to jump over is almost impossible for him.
Right? But look, can we imagine that Tonka could do it?
Oh, if you'd want me to, I will.
Yeah.
Yes, I finished it.
He's trying to jump over, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Looking at it.
You are shrinking in front of my eyes. And perhaps it is only my short-sightedness.
We made it! 3, 4. It's the little things. I'm living my own way. Out in the garden, staying at home today. We fought the power. We took back the night. Passed laws against pollution. Supported women's rights. Chorus! What's your passion? What are you fighting for? All species and all spaces, even up the score. All ways of stating truth, all forms of pushing back. What are you gonna choose? Sing your resistance track. If I was a younger me, I'd tie myself up to a tree. I'd stand before the pipeline. I'd bodyguard the bees. Extinction Rebellions, bodies on the land, crossing over the line, reaching out your hand to the bridge we filled with water for the birds to bathe in. It's a friendship statue, a people celebrating dogwood mother's favorite, fuchsias from next door, bees on dandelions, early hellebore. Chorus! What's your passion? What are you fighting for? All species and all spaces, even up the score. All ways of stating truth, all forms of pushing back. What are you gonna choose? Sing your resistance track. Next verse. Just getting together is an act of protest. Yes! Against the isolation. Sharing we are blessed. Reaching over fences.